Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Negre. I'm the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Freedom and Prosperity Center. Welcome to our first annual research conference, and thank you for showing an interest in our work. In my remarks this morning, I will talk briefly about our center and what we are doing, and then thank a number of people who are here with us today who have contributed to our work. We do three things at the Atlantic Council Freedom and Prosperity Center. We do analytical work, which is foundational to everything else. And essentially, it is producing original, unbiased, data-based research on the relationship between freedom and prosperity. Central to our analytical work is producing every year the Freedom and Prosperity Indexes for 174 countries and the related annual report. The second thing that we do is what we call advocacy work. Our objective there is to help those who want to change facts on the ground and take our ideas and improve the plight of people everywhere, but especially the poor and the marginalized in developing countries. And the third thing that we do is communications work. We want to make sure that whatever we produce is also known. This conference is at the intersection of our analytical and communications work. Now I would like to thank a few people, and I would like to start with the two people I consider the founders of our center, Michael Fish and Fred Kempe. In his days in college, Michael came up with the ideas that are central to the work of our center. Number one, the idea that in order to have more prosperity, countries should choose more economic freedom, more political freedom, and more legal freedom. The second idea is that indexes are a helpful tool to analyze this relationship and to communicate our work. Now, Michael is a very busy man. He runs one of our largest private equity funds, and he also has leadership positions in a number of important civic organizations. Yet he makes time for our work by giving us these foundational ideas, by being our largest financial sponsor, but most importantly, by giving us his time. So thank you very much, Michael, for your involvement. The second person we think of as a founder of our center is Fred Kempe, who is the CEO of the Atlantic Council. For two reasons. One obvious one, he did found our center because as CEO, it was he who made the decision that our work needs to be taken out of the Scowcroft Center, where we were one of several projects, and made the center because we needed more visibility since our work is relevant to the work of the Atlantic Council. But the second way in which Fred was really crucial in where we are going is by changing the culture of our center and putting partnerships at the center of our culture. And it all started with a conversation when one day I went to Fred and I said, we have two choices for this event that we are organizing. We organize it alone. We do the work and take all the credit at the Atlantic Council, or we do it jointly with two other centers. Think tanks, outside think tanks. And Fred's answer was very simple. What's the motto of the Atlantic Council? Shaping the global future together. So together means with others. So let's have partnerships. And partnership we did have. So the key partnership for our analytical work is with the Acton Institute, and we have Chris Moran here, and Alex Chafuen and John Pinero from Acton. And with them, in partnership with them, we are managing our academic, Freedom and Prosperity academic grants, and we've made 19 of them to scholars in 11 countries. These grants go to scholars who analyze this relationship between freedom and prosperity that is so important to us. We're also partnering with the Atlas Network. In partnership with them, we are doing the reform grants. We've done 8 in 8 countries since we started. And it is also in this partnership context that I would like to thank what we call our regional partners. For India, which is one of our target regions, is the Center for Civil Society in New Delhi. In Romania, Project Romania 2030. In Tunisia, the Tunisian Institute for International Relationships. In Mexico, the Mexican Council for Foreign Relations, and we will soon announce a partnership in Africa. And from all these regional partnerships, we have people who are presenting here today and are contributing essays to a collection of essays that we will publish later this year. So, Fred, you influenced our culture and encouraged us to have partnerships. Thank you. It is important, and it really enriches our work and magnifies our message. The other person I would like to thank for his influence over our center is Damon Wilson. So Damon and I overlapped only a few months before he was executive vice president at the Atlantic Council, and then later he took over as CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy. We had only a few meetings, but made quite an impression on me. And in one of them, Damon said, to be really successful, you cannot have your center be a Washington focused or centered. You need to speak with voices from the region, so translating the shorthand. If you want to have an impact, the research needs to be done by people outside the United States and outside Europe and in the regions in which you want to have an impact. And the endorsement and the magnifying needs to come from these regions. So Damon, I'm happy to tell you that we did listen to you. So we have 350 people participating today here and by Zoom from 56 countries. We have 11 presenters this morning and this afternoon from 9 countries. The book that we will publish has 16 chapters, and we have contributors from 11 countries. So thank you. You were influential. We listened, and we implemented the suggestions. We are very fortunate to have a great advisory council. We want people who know a lot about the areas in which we want to be active, to be available to give us advice. So we have with us today a number of people that I would like to recognize. Michael Desombre, former U.S. Ambassador to Thailand. Peter Pham, former U.S. Ambassador to the Great Lakes region of Africa. Jean Desombre, former top Asia executive at a leading international organization. And Andrew Wilson, the newest member of the Advisory Council, the Executive Director of the Council for International Private Enterprise. And 2 new friends who are, we are very hopeful that we will have great accomplishments together. Mr. Takumi Kawano, Counselor, Economic Section, Embassy of Japan, and Amy Prue, Director of the Individual Freedom and Free Markets Office at the Templeton Foundation. And I have to say, Amy, ever since I started, I wanted a relationship with Templeton. We tried all these years, but it took Chris Moran from Acton to make the introduction, and I'm so happy you are here, and we hope to do great things together. So with that, I would like to turn the floor to the 2 founders of our center, Fred Kempe and Michael Fish.
Michael, before I get into conversation with you, and have, which I'm really looking forward to, how typical is that of Dan to give the credit to others when he has just done the most remarkable thing we could possibly imagine, executing on your vision, which we're going to talk about, calling me the founder, which is a little laughable, and because we know you are the founder and you are the founding senior director, and I'm really delighted to be along for the ride and being given the credit. I want to say a couple of things about Dan before you and I get in a conversation, because I think you need to know who this person is. We have an intellectual entrepreneurship model. inside of him, he has the intellect and the entrepreneur. He has public-private partnership built in to his own body. A defector from communist Romania, finance ministry official, negotiated with the IMF and World Bank. And then in the United States, 3 decades on Wall Street, I think he raised $15 billion over that period of time, a little bit more than I've raised in my career. And then senior official at the State Department, special rep for commercial and business affairs, other jobs. But what really sets him apart is wherever he goes, he makes a difference. So Dan, thank you so much for everything you've done here. And now, Michael, let's get into a conversation. None of us are here. None of you would be listening to us online from 56 countries around the world if it weren't for Michael Fish and his vision. So I think a really great way to kick off this day would be to have you tell us where it came from. What are the origins of this vision? What motivates you to back this? It used to be a dream, now it's a reality.
Well, thank you, Fred, and thank you for having me. And you stole some of my words for Dan, which, I've known the man for almost 30 years, and he's going to come back full circle at the end of my remarks. But I'm very, very grateful to Dan, as I am to you and the Atlantic Council, and grateful to be here, and so proud of the work that's being done. So the origin story here is in 1980, I'm sitting in an early economics class in college, and it's macroeconomics. And of course, when you have macroeconomics, lots of numbers. And if numbers are changing a lot, that makes good graphs and lots of data, because early students aren't so good at small changes. And so we were studying a lot of time in South America. And it was amazing to me, Argentina after the coup in 62 and 66, Brazil after their coup in 64, and other countries that did the longitudinal and latitudinal data. Every time a company went away from free markets and free elections, it typically trashed the economy. And of course, that hurts the poor and the marginalized. And this just kind of this idea just stayed with me. And I periodically came back to it and didn't really know what to do with it. And then, in addition to my work stuff, I became very involved with Human Rights Watch and sat on their board for many, many years. And about a decade ago, Chris Stone, who was then running the Open Society Foundation, was answering a question that we'll get to maybe, which are what are the problems of the world and whatnot. And he was up there in a podium as we were on some board retreat. And what I call a Venn diagram came back to me, that the best outcomes were, as Dan, you alluded, companies that had free and fair elections, we now call it, free and fair markets, and respect for law, property rights, human rights. And that intersection would be the best outcome for the poor and the marginalized. And I had to do something about that. And so, like most impressionable novices in the field, I went back to my alma mater and tried to get them to do something. And they hired and so I financed some things, and they hired some fabulous professors who have just done great research. But it just wasn't the research I wanted to do here. And then I went to the 2 top business schools in the country where I have some relationships, and they both loved it and started down the path with one of them. And they loved it because they said, this is kind of right, and no one's written about it. Like the research isn't out there, but the idea is statistically seemingly valid. But then things got in the way. A professor that I was close to got diverted. And then 2 years ago, kind of right now, a man showed up in my living room who I'd known for a bunch of years, for almost 30 years, who was leaving government. And that was Dan. And after we caught up and we talked about this, that, the other thing, our lives, his lovely wife, and so on, my kids, he said, so what are you interested in? And so I said, well, I'm trying, this idea is one I've had for so long, and I really wanted to go somewhere, and I'm really stuck. And Dan said, that's kind of interesting, in a very Dan kind of way, with his smile and with his energy. He said, maybe we can do something on this. And so really, Dan took this idea and started meeting with a bunch of potential partners, because we were always a partnership model. And he met Brad and other people here, and then ultimately you. And Dan's enormous energy, his vision, all of the partners that have joined him, your support, Fred, is critical. That's it. It's all Dan. It's all you.
So one follow-up on that. In this vision, there's an index, there's papers, there's partners around the world that Dan introduced. How do you measure success? And how should we be measuring success with this initiative, this center?
You know, honestly, Dan and the team and you will know that better than me. But for my thinking, the first thing was to prove what I call the null hypothesis. Do the real research to hopefully prove that the best outcome for all people, but especially the poor and the marginalized, is economies, countries that are operating at the center of, you know, free and fair elections, free and fair trade, and, you know, human rights, property rights, that whole legal framework that makes it all hang together. Because rhetoric back and forth is just rhetoric, and fighting facts is hard. So first, developing the facts. I think with the publishing of the indexes, you know, in May, June last year, I think that's pretty much proven, you know, and better than 0.8 correlation and a higher correlation when prosperities lag with freedom. But then the second thing is impact. So this is the other thing that came to me over the years. The biggest problem is when a formally free country loses an election and chooses some other form of government that's not free and fair elections, free and fair trade, and not losing that election, especially to rhetoric. And so having an impact in individual countries so they continue to choose the best outcome economically, or a different path with the honest facts, not rhetoric of a charismatic politician. And so getting that information out there, which is why Acton and Atlas and other partners are so critical, is I think the other way to determine success.
That makes a lot of sense. You know, from our standpoint, and this gets to what Dan was talking about our mission of shaping the global future together. There are three elements for that. The first is shaping, and a lot of organizations like to admire problems. They like to write papers, have events, but we want to shape. We want to move the needle. And so I think this center endeavors to do that. The together point, which Dan touched on as well, in our view at the Atlantic Council, it should never be America alone, from behind, or first. It should always be America with partners and allies, just like it's the center with partners and allies. But the middle part is the part that probably animates the Atlantic Council as much as anything, and that is the global future, which we think is up for grabs. And so across our 16 programs and centers, we understand, some of them functional, some of them regional, and collaborative, as much collaborative as we can. We understand that that this is an inflection point in history, as important as the end of World War I, important as the end of World War II, as important as the end of the Cold War. And you have three potential outcomes in the global system. One of them is we take the system that's created after World War II and we reinvigorate it, we reinvent it, we bring in new actors, we take on new issues. The second is it could be a much more illiberal system, a little bit more moving away from rule of law, moving away from assurance of rights. And the third is law of the jungle, chaos, the sort of thing we're seeing with Putin's war in Ukraine. And so, you know, just thank you time and time again, Michael, because I think this fits and represents so much that we do at the Atlantic Council, and it fits in our worldview and where we see a contest of ideas. We see a contest for who's going to shape the global system going forward. But, you know, you deal, when you're not dealing with the Atlantic Council, when you're not dealing with other sort of noble causes that you support, you're in the real world looking at the real economy, the real challenges of the real world. And I just love you, you know, leading one of the top investment firms in the United States. I'd love to hear from you how you look at this period of time. particularly economically and particularly 2023. What do you see as the defining issues for the U.S., for the global economy, so in a way, drawing ourselves a little bit away from the work of the center of the moment and getting a little bit more into how you're understanding the real world of where I've just come back from Davos. Last year we had geopolitical shock, macroeconomic shock, and energy shock all at the same time. And I felt there that there was some uncertainty going to 2023, so I'd just love to hear how you're thinking about this year and in general.
Well, that's a big topic.
Yeah.
Could make jokes that I didn't know Davos was the real world. But I think
it's not.
I think at the highest level, if I separate it, which is not quite your question, but I think our biggest threats are common threats: air, temperature, disease, and we've seen that with COVID. And there are people in Africa who global warming means the crops don't grow anymore; they are starving. Air is a common good. We can't have one country polluting massively and not think it affects everyone else. So how we as a society maintain our biosphere in the broadest sense is, I think, the biggest threat we all have. And then if you come down a level to threats that are not that global, and I think we're seeing, and you mentioned it, Fred, problematic actors represent a real threat to the global economy and to the poor and the marginalized in different countries. I mean, I grieve regularly for people in various towns in Ukraine who are bombed out of existence for doing nothing. It just breaks my heart. I worry about the tension between China and Taiwan. That has the potential to spin out of control. By the way, going back to Ukraine, you have the threat of nuclear weapons, another bad thing. And even, Iran would be the third kind of problematic actor. So I worry about, as you were saying, the jungle mentality that could creep in without more safeguards, more global alliances, more fundamental respect for the rights of others. So those are kind of the big things that I worry about. Now, if you get to the small-minded things like how are people, that are lucky enough to have a job and wear a tie, going to do good things for their constituents, interest rates, commodity prices, and global trade, are the big things in 2013, but 2023. But I like to say these are all macroeconomic notions, and I love, many of my friends are economists, I love them, but economists are usually wrong, and especially at inflection points when we need them to be right. So you can't really plan on that. You just kind of worry about it and watch it and try to navigate in the environment that you're given. But we don't try to predict that because we'll be wrong because we're not better than economists.
Yeah, the dismal science. Since you're not an economist, I am going to ask you to predict 2023. You're right, Davos isn't the real world, but there are a lot of people there who are managing risk. There are a lot of people there who are looking out at the world. I've seldom seen a situation where you've just come out of this really shocking year, worst war since World War II, really future of the global system and Europe at stake with, I think, over Ukraine's victory. There's so much more at stake at this than Ukraine itself. But looking at 2023, there was this strange ambiguity between optimism and pessimism. Some people feeling, well, worst case scenarios were avoided last year. Ukraine hasn't fallen to Putin. Inflation didn't get totally out of hand and seems to be coming back. The world economy didn't totally tank. And so there was this worst case scenarios were averted. but there was also looking at 2023, not really knowing which way this is going to bend, optimistic or pessimistic. And this is the world in which you operate. And I'm just wondering how are you looking at this year as an optimist, a pessimist, something in between?
Well, we like to say proudly, Fred, we've predicted 7 of the last 3 recessions. So you always think it's going to be worse.
Yeah.
You're taking action, you're prepared for problems, and you're thrilled when they don't occur. Just looking back, and hindsight's always 20/20. When we as a country dumped $4.5 trillion into the economy during COVID in terms of support for state and local governments, support for companies in terms of payroll protection, and support for individuals in terms of income security, we didn't know, but we were telling our portfolio companies, the CEOs that run them, that they should be planning for inflation, because you can't dump $4.5 trillion into an economy and not have inflation. Like, it just has to follow. And so whether on the old definition, we would already have been in a recession, and on the new definition, they haven't called it, and we may be coming out of it and avoid it. But economically, certainly the men and women running businesses in this country, all of our portfolio companies are US headquartered, they're acting like we're in a recession or going into a recession. And if I look across the budgets of roughly 30 businesses we're invested in, on average, which is a great exaggeration, there's a wide range, managements are expecting 5% revenue increase, 10% profit increase. I think that'll be awesome if they can achieve that this year. I think there are threats to that. There are demand issues. Again, lower income consumers in this country are under tremendous pressure. If you look at Walmart's releases, massive shift from consumer product, generally branded consumer products, which tend to be higher, brand name ketchup, brand name mustard, to store brands. And that's a sign that while people are spending, it's on energy, gasoline, and housing, and they're being squeezed on discretionary, if you want to call food discretionary, but how you spend those food dollars. So that's a sign of problems in the economy, in the real world, in the lower socioeconomic levels. And so I hope we avoid a recession. That'll mean less suffering. Or we're coming out of a recession that people haven't really felt in large measure in a terrible way, but I worry about that.
Let's link that to your work, to Dan's work at the Atlantic Council, this optimism, pessimism question. If you look at Freedom House measurements, they would say, and do say, that we reached sort of peak democratic freedoms spreading around the world 1993, and we've been in sort of a recession since 2006. But yet, here, our indexes and numbers show that you need democracy, freedom, and that's linked to prosperity. It's not. It's a more sustainable path from what our research is showing, a more sustainable path and a readier path. And you were talking about some of the issues with the marginalized and poor in your last answer. Is there a reversal in store? Could there be a new wave of democratic change? The indicators would show this is a better way to go forward. The index would show this is a better way to go forward. How do you feel in terms of, we can show the facts, but how do you see the trajectories?
I worry about them like you do. It may give him too much credit, but some would say Putin is one of the most problematic figures of the latter half of the 20th century, because he, on a broad scale, showed how you can hijack a notional democracy. And a lot of other problematic countries have followed that. I won't name them, but they're kind of obvious out there. And once you've lost that, it's easier to hold on to power. And it's hard to reverse that domino. I mean, the tragedy that the Russian people are going to experience and are experiencing because of the global sanctions and the cost of the Ukraine war, might cause, some change in the government there, but it doesn't reverse easy. And so not losing that first election is really good, and then waiting out a change. Because I think you're right, it's hard to be optimistic that more countries have become free in the last decade, and easy to become pessimistic. And reversing the trend if you lose that first election is hard, and that's why the work that Dan and the center is doing and you're supporting is, I think, fundamentally critical to so many people. And I have to say one other thing. And it's particularly the poor and the marginalized. I read some research report that COVID really affected more people of lower socioeconomic status, and I was like, everything bad always affects people more of lower socioeconomic status. And it's just so important for those people on the edge that they not fall out of a living wage, the ability to have a better wage and a brighter future for themselves and their families.
That's so interesting, and I think maybe that explains, I'll end this little part with a question for you, but that may explain why in my recent travels, you see on the one hand a growing consensus in the quote-unquote West, and U.S. and allies and friends of Ukraine, that the future of the global system is at stake, with Ukraine preserving its democracy, sovereignty, freedom, and Putin losing his criminal war in Ukraine. Yet in the global South, that's not as widely held. The Ukraine war seems very distant there, so you've had roughly 40 countries join the sanctions against Putin, but you've had 140 not. And particularly places like India, South Africa, where Putin just visited, Brazil and elsewhere. At the World Economic Forum, you had, I never thought I'd hear Henry Kissinger reversing his long years of opposition for Ukraine joining NATO. Not now, but when this is resolved. Human rights lawyer, Nobel Prize-winning human rights lawyer, Alexandra Matvichuk. This is a human rights lawyer. This is somebody you would think is all about peace. And she's saying the only way to deliver peace and human rights to Ukraine is more modern weaponry fast. So long-range fires, armor, etc. And then we had Boris Johnson here yesterday. Rob Portman, former Senator Rob Portman, are arguing that it's now a time for a surge. Is that much at stake over Ukraine in your view? And where is this split between the global South and the U.S. and its partners on this? Because it's quite pronounced.
You ask great questions. They define easy answers, Fred.
Yeah.
And I don't. There are people, you and others, who have greater thoughts about this than I do. Certainly, I think if one wants to be optimistic, it is amazing what Russia's attack on Ukraine has caused. I mean, Swiss neutrality, the Swedes sending offensive weapons, not just 12 helmets. I mean, it's amazing. And so the recognition that we need a mechanism to contain problematic, stronger global forces from wrongfully attacking weaker forces and uniting the free world is really a cause for optimism. So I agree that's really important. But I think that to the second part about a lot of the world doesn't necessarily see it that way, I think we have to be taking note of that, and it's yet another wake-up call that the research that the Freedom and Prosperity Council Center is doing, that's the work. It's not our opinion of it. It's the actual research, because we can't be preaching from Washington or other Western global capitals. We have to be, if we're at our best, providing tools for people to come to their own decisions and make their own determination, and saying it that way, because some of those actors are themselves, I'll call them thugocracies. So you expect that they're going to stay the course and perhaps be more inclined to support other aggressive actors as long as they're not in their backyard. But there's the persuadable middle and the rest that we don't do a great job of capturing the hearts and minds, because I think we preach too much and share information, encourage, support too little. And we have to be very, very sensitive to that.
I love that answer. I think that's a good place for me to ask you one short final question, then pass back to Dan. Because what you're talking about is sometimes we do too much to preach, sometimes it's too much about rhetoric. And I think what we're trying to do with this Freedom and Prosperity Center and the Freedom and Prosperity Research Conference is fact-based arguments. Incontrovertible facts, indexes that are based on fact. And if the facts are in contradiction, then have it out. Let's talk about it. Let's have a real open conversation about it. So what do you hope will come from this research conference today? And what are you going to be listening for most closely?
Well, I love that there's so many smart people here and on the phone who have access to their own data and their own null hypotheses, and making the research academic quality, peer-reviewed, and correcting errors. Nothing's perfect, and making it better and better so that it's an appropriate tool, and we think it's the best tool, and it has third-party verification. So that's the first thing, back to the core mission. Have these indexes prove something which is a gift to the world and is usable. And the second is have it be usable. So stop influence, not by rhetoric, but by facts, the debate that countries want to have within themselves, governments, NGOs, civil society, educators, and ultimately the voting population in countries, so that they're thinking about this when they go to the ballot box, which hopefully they get a chance to do in free societies.
Michael, thank you for your vision. I hope we're going to make this an annual affair. And if so, we'll have this conversation again and see where we are 12 months from now. But thank you for your vision. And Dan, again, we salute you in everything you've done so far to execute this.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you for what you've done too.
So with that, it's my very great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who will make opening remarks before we make our presentations. Damon Wilson is the CEO of one of the most respected organizations in Washington, the National Endowment for Democracy. Before he took that position, he was executive vice president of the Atlantic Council and helped to make it a leading organization in the world. He served in foreign affairs in the US government in very important positions, including Senior Director for Europe at the National Security Council and Special Assistant to the President, served in embassies of the United States, and also between 2001 and 2004 served as Deputy Director in the private office of the NATO Secretary General Lord Robertson, playing a lead role in the alliance's response to 9/11 and operations in Afghanistan and the Western Balkans. Absolutely delighted to see you today, Damon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I have to tell you, it is a real honor not to just be at the first annual Freedom and Prosperity Research Conference, to be back here at the Atlantic Council. It feels like home. And I just want to acknowledge, I'm so proud that the Atlantic Council picked up on the ideas that Michael had and had the initiative to take this out and build this initiative. So kudos to you, Dan, Matt Kroenig, others who made this a reality, to Fred for helping to really make this work, and Michael for bringing this vision here. I was a champion of this at the very beginning when I heard these ideas, and I'm really proud that at the endowment, the National Endowment for Democracy, that many of the ideas that you're working on here underpin much of our philosophy, and that's why I'm delighted that Andrew Wilson and his team is here with the Center for International Private Enterprise, one of the core institutes within the NED family that is premised on the idea that healthy democracies require healthy economies, entrepreneurs, a vibrant market that can work with rule of law. Delighted to have my own board members who are here as well, Kelly and others who are joining as part of this conversation. I just saw you, Ambassador Curry. And while I was present at some of the early creation, Dan, I'm almost embarrassed to be offering remarks at the opening, because I'm here more to be your cheerleader for the concept, and frankly, more eager to learn from the research that you're undertaking, particularly those of you who are participating here in the room and online, because I'm an enthusiastic believer in the premise of unlocking the potential of people. It's a pretty simple concept, and yet it's powerful. Whether it's being effective in how to manage a young team of intellectual entrepreneurs in an organization like the Atlantic Council, the next generation of political leaders that are going to drive reform, or entrepreneurs that are going to be at the heart of jobs, growth, and innovation. And together to think about how democracy, rule of law, and prosperity markets are key to an effective war on poverty, I think that's really compelling. Now, to many of us, that case seemed obvious. You look at some of the infographics the center's already produced, and many of us sort of intuitively knew this. We could look at North and South Korea and understand, and now we understand the data, 51 times larger per capita GDP north to south. We sort of understood that looking at West and East Germany in the 1990s, 3.5 times the size. Looking at what was a free Hong Kong and Taiwan compared to China. And it felt in the 90s and decades after that maybe this obvious thing would accelerate and become sort of a norm. But it's not so obvious. Since then, we've seen a real challenge. A 2008 financial crisis that maybe originated on Wall Street, but led to global shocks and a recession, periods of slow growth. Really a backlash even from Iraq, a misconception of thinking of Iraq as democracy promotion and then undermining that concept, the legacy of a North-South divide coming to a head. And you lay on top of this the rise of the PRC, the rise of a China in which started to scratch as a model of autocratic capitalism. Millions out of poverty. What does that have to say? And we're here at a time when President Biden has framed a big global debate between democracy versus autocracy. But in some respects, it's a little bit more nuanced. It's a little bit broader. It is a test in models with average people coming to conclusions. Democratic capitalism or autocratic capitalism. And they see the PRC at the head of this autocratic capitalist camp. And the truth is, it's the allure of a more effective, perhaps easier path to prosperity without a lot of noise of debate that comes in a democratic society like India, the partisanship that comes, as you see in the United States, or compromise that's required in democracies around the world. And it's reinforced, at first it was reinforced even by this pandemic, the perception that maybe the autocrats are managing this pandemic better. But I think the truth really is that it's a more attractive option, not for people, it's a more attractive path for autocratic rulers to hold on to power and get rich. It's not about their people, it's about autocratic elites who want to get rich and hold on to that power. And so the result isn't really autocratic capitalism. Autocratic capitalism's result is really kleptocracy, in which it's taking money from their people. And this has bred a whole international phenomenon that our board member, Ann Applebaum, has written about with Autocracy, Inc., in which deals, not ideals, are driving sort of vested interests in autocratic societies to do business together, back each other up, use free societies to their own advantage, and strengthen their own hand on a global terrain. It's a profound new challenge that we find ourselves in. And I won't unpack the case here, but we've seen it from Russia, Iran, and China at the center of it. And it's led for some, like Ann, to argue that are the bad guys winning now? An authoritarian resurgence around the world, coupled with democratic erosions, fueled by this profoundly changed landscape, emerging complex challenges, these interconnected trends. It feels like there's a systemic challenge from autocracies to displace democracies as the leading form of governance. And we see this sharper repression, turbocharged by technology, twisted by a new information environment, the sharing of techniques across borders among autocrats, and helping cement kleptocratic rulers in countries around the world that are not serving the poor, that are not serving their people's interest. And so you overlay this now on inflation, a food crisis, slow growth. So what does this mean? Despite all that, you look around the world and you see how the demand for democracy is resilient. Madeleine Albright, before she passed away, is someone who's really important to the Atlantic Council, NDI, the Ned family. She argued that democracy was not a dying cause, but it was poised for a comeback. In her last big article she published, The Coming Democratic Revival. But it's pretty apparent that things don't just happen. They just aren't on this automatic cycles, especially in our world, democracy, it's not a self-executing proposition. And I'm really taken by something that Fred wrote in December in his Inflection Points newsletter. And he pointed out that at the start of 2002, autocrats from Xi Jinping hosting the Olympics, managing the pandemic, Vladimir Putin, troops around Ukraine, showing up in Beijing for no limits partnership, the Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran feeling no pressure, that they started off 2002 feeling confident, and now we see through their own mistakes, underlying weaknesses in systems that are hard to self-correct, mistakes that have led people to push back, whether it's Ukrainians, whether it's the 56 Russians that are arrested each day protesting war activity, whether it's incredible courage that it took from Chinese and the white paper movement to stand up to COVID restrictions, or the inspiration we see from courageous people across Iran for arguing for women, life, freedom. And so the key of your work here is actually, we don't take that case for granted. How do you build the case? Democracy is the best pathway for people, for prosperity, for the poor. And Dan, you're right. I think understanding this case has to be argued and built from voices from countries around the world, voices from those in the developing world. And the goal of the work is to underscore that this isn't implanting ideas from the ivory tower, but how to support the aspirations of people around the world themselves and their voices for what's best for their people. After all, it's the model of how the endowment thinks about democracy support. We don't promote a model, an American model. It's about how do you support those that are courageous enough to struggle for freedom, understanding that it's their cause, and it's our honor to support them with humility. So hats off to building a grants program to what you're doing. And to ground it in this research and data, I think it's so important. We've seen already in the work coming out of the center, free versus unfree countries show that 13 times wealthier if you live in a free country. But I like how you've mapped it out to show that societies are also healthier, happier, more inclusive based on these indexes that you're tagging. And to be able to demonstrate with data that political, economic, and legal freedoms are crucial to prosperity, I think it's key to demonstrating how democracy can deliver for all of its citizens. In fact, democracy is the best way to deliver for its citizens. And this is ultimately built into the concept of democratic capitalism. To be effective, there's got to be accountability, transparency, a feedback loop from citizens, from consumers, self-correcting mechanisms, a possibility of making mistakes, but incentives to fix them. And this relentless pressure to be responsive to citizens, to consumers, relentless pressure to reform. And so I'm really pleased to be here. I'm more excited to hear about the work that's coming out of this. I really welcome this initiative. Dan had written about how to strip the emotions in politics so that data can do the talking. And I think that's powerful. But I just want to close with saying the real world involves emotions, and it's a good thing. So how does this work show that results can actually harness, or better yet, unleash the yearning of the human spirit, that emotion? How people want to control their own destiny, empower principled leaders, innovative entrepreneurs to prove that democracy can deliver it for its citizens. How we invest in our people is this pathway. So I want to close with, I just came back from Nigeria, thanks to some advice from Peter Pham, who's with us. And it shows that without sources of prosperity, control of government means control of resources. And that can undermine democracy delivering. And we see where potential is unleashed, where there's no control, in a Nigerian artistic scene, a tech scene in Lagos, things can flourish. It's why an End SARS movement is now riling the election. I spent time last fall with North Korean defectors in South Korea, seeing incredible young people who weathered incredible hardships in North Korea, after just a few short years in freedom in the South, becoming extraordinarily productive, creative entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs. This is how to show how this applies in the real world. I'm really pleased you've got a minister here from Tunisia. I'm headed to Tunisia at the end of the month, because freedom without prosperity leads to trouble. We'll hear from you about that, populism, backsliding. But we need to recognize that that's a long journey. That's why I'm proud of the work you're doing. I'm excited about the work that the Center for International Private Enterprise is investing in. Without a healthy set of private sector entrepreneurs, you don't have a healthy democratic sector. And that's why I think this work is so important. to show that freedom delivers prosperity. It helps democracy deliver. Dan, thank you for having me in.
Damon, thank you so much. It means a lot to us that you are here, and we're counting on your continued support and guidance. Thank you very much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, the first part of our morning is over. We are now starting the presentations part of our conference. We will have these QR codes that will allow people to send questions that will arrive to us. That's for people who are here in the room, and for people who are online. Follow the link below the live stream video. The first speaker, we're absolutely delighting, Minister Kemaes, that you are here with us today. Mr. Jinawi Kemaes was Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tunisia and Tunisia's ambassador to Russia and the Ukraine. He's the founder of the Tunisian Council for International Relations, the strategic partner of our Center for the Greater Middle East region. And also, thank you for agreeing to affiliate with the Atlantic Council and our center as a distinguished fellow. So, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be back in Washington. I'm grateful to you, Dan, for giving me this opportunity to take part in this important debate today. I have to start with a disclaimer, however. Contrary to all the bright minds in this room, I'm no expert in political transition. My 40 years of diplomatic service did not prepare me for the complexity of the process when I was recalled in 2011 from my diplomatic assignment in Moscow to join the first post-revolution government. 60 years after the independence, most MENA region found themselves lagging behind the rest of the world in terms of political participation and good governance. The Arab Spring protest of 2011 ushered new processes that were supposed to lead to the overhaul of the outdated order in the Arab world and promote more democratic and accountable system. Situation varied from one country to the other, depending on the level of progress achieved by each country in institutional building and social and economic advancement during the post-independence years. These explain in great part why countries such as Libya or Yemen fell into endless spiral of violence and civil strife, while Tunisia and Egypt went through less turbulent transition. With weak state institution and lack of civil service traditions, Libya and Yemen were ill-equipped to sustain the aftershocks of regime change, chaos, and violence often ensued. In Tunisia and Egypt, the early phase of transition proceeded in a more orderly fashion. Both countries adopted new constitutional frameworks, elected new government immediately after the demise of the old regimes, and set in motion new reform processes. The MENA region seems nowadays perhaps more fractious and divided than in 2011. Most countries went through important transformation, but regrettably none of them can claim to have built a new representative system driven by sound government and free market principles. What went wrong? Why most of the transition failed? Unprepared and taken by surprise after the sudden fall of the old regimes, politicians had two options in mind. One, calling for radical change, regime change, so as to break with the status quo ante and fully dismantle the old political order with no clear picture of the alternative. A second model based on a more gradualist approach called for reforms that could accommodate aspiration for democratic participation while salvaging the basic structure of the old system. 12 years after the Arab Spring, Both models failed in different degrees and for various reasons to build free and prosperous society. They were saddled by mistakes of the old regimes, also lack of realism, inexperience, if not both, combined with the score settling and zero-sum game mindsets undermined the processes. Countries that chose to sharply break with the old system failed even more abysmally. In Libya, the Gaddafi regime was forcefully removed by outside military intervention with no exit strategy in mind. The country was left to simmer in strife and growing chaos, and armed militia imposed their rules in a divided society. The weakening of an already feeble state institution made the distribution of oil revenues part of the power struggle instead of being part of the state rebuilding. The situation in Libya, in fact, showed how instability and violent strife can endanger freedom and human rights while making economic stagnation worse. No effort to improve good governance, expand freedom, or revitalize the economy can happen in a fragmented society and divided state subject to endless civil war, foreign interference, and regional meddling. Besides the disconnect between the regime and the population, Syria is still isolated and not in control of large part of its territory. The regime is merely surviving thanks to the Russian and Iran aid. All traditional economic indicators are in decline, and there is no prospect in present situation for political freedom and democracy. Tunisia, which enjoyed a period of relative economic growth until 2011, had boasted a solid tradition of civil service, was in a better position to address most of the challenges it faced after the fall of the old regime. After 2011, it elected the Constituent Assembly, organized 2 and 3 elections, and adopted a broadly based new constitution in 2014. Much has been said about the shortcomings of that constitutional text, but most of the problems which later emerged were the result of bad politics. The constitution in itself allowed for functioning institutions based on the principle of checks and balances. Lack of vision, corrupt practices, and inexperience led to the neglect of much-needed economic reforms. Socio-economic decline and social unrest eventually undermined the democratic transition. Populist narratives, which included disdain for political parties and the elite in general, eventually gained favor with the public. It all sparked skepticism about the democratic process as a whole. Liberal economic reform became synonymous with unacceptable sacrifice imposed on the poor and subservience to foreign diktats. Bureaucratic tradition was too stubborn to allow the entrepreneurial spirit to blossom. The first and most crucial lesson of the Tunisian experience is that poor socio-economic performance can lead to disillusionment with the democratic ideals, even if the majority remains attached to freedom. Countries that opted for gradual and pragmatic approach acted preemptively in addressing people's grievance had a better chance at growth and political stability. Morocco, Jordan, for example, were quick to act before and immediately after the uprising started in Tunisia and Egypt. They moved to accommodate people's demand for political and economic reforms. Salaries were increased, food and consumer prices kept in check, and new laws were adopted to improve governance, restrain monarchical powers, and introduce more transparency in managing public funds. the two monarchies broadly maintained the status quo, while introducing a set of reforms to liberalize the political system and enlarge participation in public life. Their overall impact remained, however, limited, as they did not lead to systemic changes in governance, more accountability, or larger participation of the local population in the political life. It is quite difficult to identify common factors that contributed to setbacks in democratic processes in the MENA region. Extrapolating from the Tunisian experience, one can mention 5 major factors. One, the neglect of structural reforms and sterile debate about identity was started as spontaneous appraising of young and employed people asking for more freedom and dignity, turned quickly into ideological confrontation about identity. Islamists who won election immediately after the fall of old regimes in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya focused on changing the way of life of people instead of addressing the real socio-economic problems. No major reforms were introduced, and standards of living further deteriorated in most Arab countries. 2, youth and large segment of the population felt disconnected from the process. Debate was restricted to the urban political elite. Large segment of the population, and particularly young people who were instrumental in igniting the revolution, were sidelined and seldom took part in decision-making processes and public debate on issues of national concern. They felt disconnected from the whole political process. Instead of improving their lives and generating opportunity, chaotic democratic process was perceived as responsible for instability and the main cause of deteriorating life conditions. 3, people disengagement, lack of progress on reforms, and opportunism of political elite fueled disillusionment with the whole process that was translated in continuous diminishing of the turnout rate in general election and disaffection from political activities. 4, the absence of democratic tools. There were weak institutions, lack of democratic culture, overwhelming number of political parties with dwindling followers and no effective impact on political life. Misfunctioning of parliament, lacking experience and proper mechanism to perform its duty in drafting laws and controlling the executive branch. 5, foreign interference. Democratic processes in MENA region were also subject to regional and foreign interference, some willing to contribute to the emergence of democratic system in the region, provided financial and technical support to help authorities proceed with the needed political and economic reforms. These countries did not, however, go beyond the usual traditional assistance provided to foreign partners. They did not weigh the importance of their support on the fate of transition process on concerned countries and the region as a whole. I used to say to my colleagues from the European Union that the cost of supporting the Tunisian transition was much less than the cost of its failure. And there were also nefarious influence. Animated by ideological and geopolitical objectives, some tried to shape the outcome of the transition in a way that meet their national interest. Those who worry of the impact of democratization on their own stability sought to hinder the budding transition by various means. In some cases, interference further exacerbated domestic infighting and made even more difficult to reach peaceful solution. Where do we go from here? New factors crept in recent times. The ongoing war in Ukraine has given more clout to energy-producing countries, which are not synonymous of democratic countries, and affected the standards of living of the population in non-oil-rich nations. In the latter group of countries, soaring prices, persisting unemployment, and widening poverty has made life difficult. It could mean further deterioration of the political climate by boosting populist movement and limiting liberties. It also put democratization on the back burner. Major democracies nations are today more preoccupied with their own security challenges than promoting democracy abroad. Let me conclude with a positive note. Despite the present bleak picture, there were still reasons for hope in the region. Aspiration for positive change continue to drive large segment of the population. The yearning for better economic situation goes in hand with the desire for a stable and credible democratic system. You cannot delink the twin processes, whatever the financial cost or painful reforms needed. It is difficult to predict when and at what cost this will happen. But what started in December 2011 in rural town of Sidi Bouzid has sparked an irreversible dynamic for Tunisia and for the whole region. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Dan, for your kind invitation.
Thank you, Minister Kemay. It's a very enlightening presentation. Our second speaker is Professor Marcus Jaeger. He teaches at Columbia University. He's also a member of the German Council of Foreign Relations. He has a PhD from the London School of Economics, and we feel very fortunate at our center to have convinced Marcus to have a long-term association with our center. He has recently affiliated as a senior advisor, and he is a member of what we call our brain trust. So together with two other professors, we talk to them every other week, consulting on the indexes and on other theoretical matters. So, Professor Jaeger.
I have is to contextualize some of the research that we are doing at the center and zoom out a little bit and look at what academic debates are happening about economic development more generally, again, to contextualize the research that we'll be doing at the center. So bear with me if I'm going slow and it's a little like too basic, but I think it's important. So first of all, it is a fact that there's inequality in the world. Some countries are well off and other countries are not so well off. And that's purely if you measure it in per capita terms. So if you look, for example, at the chart on your, I guess it's on your left, you see North America is doing well, Australia is doing well, much of Europe is doing well, but broad parts of the world are doing relatively far less well. So this is a result of a very long-term historical economic process. It's clear that this has to be the result of differential growth rates over decades, even centuries, and I'll have a few words to say about this in a second. And it seems to me also fairly clear that economic growth and development is a multi-causal phenomenon. So while we be looking at a certain set of factors to evaluate what impact they will have on economic growth, I think it is important to contextualize the role of institutions in economic development and look at other factors that at least historically have had a role in determining countries' level of prosperity. And the only other thing I will say is, and I'll go into this more detail in a second, is that you'd be surprised how little consensus there is about what really brings about economic development. And I think Damon earlier on in his remarks pointed out there's a debate going on between those who think that China could be a model and others pointing out that there are liberal paths to economic development. And I also want to spend some time on this without being able to settle the debate, but just to sort of flesh out what kind of thinking is out there. And then again, once contextualize the debate on institutions and what role they might or might not play. Here, I'm afraid I might lose you, but I just want to go over some conceptual approaches as to how one can think about economic development. And I have to tell you that this is not very satisfying from my point of view. So a standard workhorse in economic development theory is the sort of a swan model. All it tells you is that economic well-being is a function of labor force growth and capital investment And then the bit that you can't explain, that's what's called productivity, and often that's sort of seen as a sign of ignorance. So this is not a particularly helpful model. This is more like a growth accounting identity that doesn't give you much to work on in terms of explanations and causality. Perhaps a popular model also I think is relevant in the context of the debate about China is the dual sector Lewis model. Here the idea is that economic development, broadly speaking, at different levels of well-being is the outcome of low productivity labor moving from the countryside into a more productive urban sector. This is only so helpful as far as it goes because the question is, well, why should there be a productive urban sector in the first place? So it kind of begs the question, but I think it's a useful frame to think about those things. And again, that's the kind of model that you'd be looking at if you look at China and you try to explain what's going on in China and in other East Asian success stories. This is probably a model that is quite useful to get a handle of on what's happened. Much older model going back to the 1960s, the Rostow model, that's sort of interesting in the sense that here you have this notion that the public sector has to play an important role in fostering economic development. And so this then reaches into this debate on what should be the role of government, what should be the role of institutions, and what should be the role of markets. And lastly, and this is more contemporary models in terms of thinking about economic growth, they're endogenous growth models. Here the idea is that growth is not static, that some of the economic growth, of course, is the result of public policies. It's a bunch of other processes like intellectual innovation that really drive productivity and economic well-being. So you see already, this is the way economists think about the world. I think this is helpful in framing the debate, but it doesn't really give you very clear-cut answers. Then there's another, I wouldn't say school of thought, but there are other studies that look at what explains differences, and they're sort of zooming out a bit from the economic theory approach. I find them quite interesting. They're perhaps not super relevant, but again, I think it is important to contextualize this. So there's this idea, for example, that well-being is to some extent a function of geography. So even if you look at the map on the left-hand side, you see that most prosperous countries are in moderate climate zones. Could be a coincidence, but there could be also some causal links here. For example, there's this idea that, let's take Russia. Russia's not as well off to some extent because rivers flow north-south. They're not very useful in terms of allowing for communication versus in Western Europe, rivers, they flow into the ocean, and that allows you access to seaborne trade, for example. There's this debate about natural resources. Are they conducive to prosperity or are they not? This is a very contentious debate. I'm not going to go into this. But it's just to give you an idea that there are many other factors that certainly, in terms of background factors, impact the level of economic well-being. There's the issue of climate. There's a very interesting study that was done that showed that to the extent that there were disease agents 200 years ago, this forced a different type of colonialism onto certain countries in what we, I guess, used to call the third world. And that to this day, these income differences that we see today are a reflection of the presence of disease agents 200 years ago. And the intuition here being is that European settlers, if they did settle in those regions, they would create extractive institutions. But what you also see here is this interesting idea that all these factors interact. So you have geography, you have the climate, you have institutions, and they all interact sort of 200 years later to produce certain outcomes. There's other research that shows that the type of colonial regime matters. French Napoleonic law versus British common law, and the British common law supposedly is superior. Again, of course, just being academics, you can always challenge those ideas, but I think it's interesting to look at this from a broader perspective. Then, of course, I think fairly straightforward, political and economic stability seems to be key. I mean, you might well have a country that has very solid institutions on paper, but perhaps it's driven by civil strife. Not very likely, but possible. So it's clear that economic stability probably is a precondition. Perhaps itself doesn't bring about prosperity, but it is an important precondition in terms of helping it bring about. Some academics talk about culture. Of course, Max Weber comes to mind, saying the Protestant work ethic really drives economic development. The Catholics are not as good at it. This is controversial stuff these days, of course, but again, sort of worthy of consideration. And then ultimately, of course, this idea of economic and political institutions. I mentioned stability. There's also this idea that political democracy leads to an economic system that is more geared towards competition. So I mentioned earlier on this idea of extractive colonialism versus settler colonialism. So there's interesting work to be done, and that's exactly what we'll be doing at the center, to really deep dive into this idea of what is the role of institutions. And I think an important question to ask, to my mind in this context, is not only if they have an impact, but how they have an impact, and to what extent they have an impact relative to these other factors. But it seems clear to me that growth being a multi-causal phenomenon, we need to consider all of those things and take a more holistic view of economic growth and development. And that brings me to my next point, which is, so when you look at the academy, a lot of debate over the past 30 years has been what might be called like market liberals, and if you will, institutionalists, or perhaps even better called like developmentalists. So the idea is that the liberals, they look at 19th century England, and they say there's a night watchman state, and all the state needs to do is really provide a stable economic and political backdrop for economic growth to occur. And so it's really economic development and well-being is a consequence of the government staying out of the economy and of just providing institutions and creating markets that are efficient and produce efficient outcomes. That's, of course, also reflected, as you probably know, here in Washington, the Washington Consensus of the 1980s and 1990s. There's a perennial debate, in a way, between liberals and well, not institutionalists, but more like state-centrist economic thinkers. On the other hand, you have this idea that the state plays a very important role in economic development today, well, in the past and today. So if you, for example, look at today's debate between the US and China about the development of new technologies, who has a superior model? Is it the United States that takes a more market-centered approach, or is it China that takes a very sort of state-led approach to some of these technological developments? And not to belabor this point, but the difference here is that liberals are very skeptical of the government. They presume there's going to be government failure. And those who are state developmentalists, who think the state has a very important role to play in economic development, economic growth going forward, they're very skeptical, or they're worried about market failure. And so this is a very intellectual debate. The question, of course, is what does the empirical evidence show? But I thought I'd sort of flesh this out because this is, I think, very much the debate that's happening in the development space between those who think China might be a model and those who think China is absolutely not a model. I think it's much more complicated than this, but I think that's a good way to frame the debate and think about those issues. And I think to my mind, and this might be a little too theoretical, but this has a number of implications that I think are worthy of consideration, and I think the center will be looking at those. So first of all, the fact is, if we just take prosperity to mean economic growth varies big time. And sometimes it changes for no apparent reason. So give an example of a country I know quite well, Brazil. Brazil, for example, registered very high economic growth rates throughout the 2000s. Why was that? Well, it's very difficult to say. What we say was the Cardozo reforms of the 1990s. Do we say it was the political transition from a right-wing to a left-wing government? Or do we say it was the commodity price shock that really favored Brazilian exports? Probably all of the above. So I think when we do research on these topics, it's like, how do we disentangle those causal factors? I think that's one challenge. So I'm working one step further. So if you also look at the data, and if you look at meta-studies that have looked into some of those issues, the most robust result you get is that economic growth is a result of investment. I mean, this is sort of very trivial as it is, but I think, so when we think of institutions and their impact on economic well-being, I think the mechanism, the causal link in a way has to be investment, either the level of investment or the efficiency of investment. So I think that's a very cool way, well, cool, it's also a very necessary way to think about those things. So we might get correlation, but what we really also need to think about is what type of causality is involved here? And again, the question then is, how do institutions impact economic growth rather than if, and to what extent do they drive economic growth rather than if? So in a way, I think we might need to link this debate about economic well-being to a debate about what drives investment innovation. The second point I would make is, as I mentioned, economic growth seems to be very much a multi-causal phenomenon. Otherwise, it would be sort of fairly straightforward, just find one variable that explains everything. That's not, we're not that good, and it's probably impossible. And so there's one thing to find correlation and say, on average, we see that institutions or other factors lead to certain economic outcomes. The other one is really, how can we move on from statistical studies and make a stronger case? Because correlation is not causation. And my feeling is that one of the challenges that we're encountering is that sometimes it's not quite clear which way the causality runs. Does it run from economic well-being to political liberalization, or from politics or from freedom to prosperity? Or probably it runs in both directions, right? So the same way you can think of economic development as being a market-based phenomenon or a state-based phenomenon, maybe there are multiple ways in terms of which way the causality runs and which way you achieve economic prosperity. And then the last point I'll make is, and that's sort of above my pay grade, of course, but I think if you go down that path of statistical analysis, interesting, but one can take this further, then I think one interesting way to think about what kind of reforms you're proposing is, on average, certain changes to policy variables might bring, on average, certain outcomes. But if you're in a political situation, you have to ask yourself two things. As a policymaker, what change should you make to get the most important and most efficient acceleration of economic growth? So in theory, you would like to implement all these reforms. In practice, you can't for political reasons. And secondly, you have to ask yourself, what gives you the biggest bang for your buck, as it were? So once you establish that freedom matters, you still face the challenge of going out there and telling governments, okay, given your situation, you have various options, but which ones should you choose? Should you focus on political freedom, on economic freedom, or on legal freedom? So that in itself, I think, is going to require more research, and it will be very interesting to look at. And lastly, I will just say that I think the experience with the 1980s shows that a one-size-fits-all approach is not necessarily the most successful one. So I think whatever we find here, in terms of the impact of institutions' economic growth, we still have to be very sensitive of like the kind of policy advice that will be given, because the degree to which it has an impact depends very much on the context. So I'll just leave you with a quote, which comes from people much smarter than me, but I think that is useful to remember. So growth strategies are likely to differ according to domestic opportunities and constraints. And of course, there are some general abstract principles, such as property rights, rule of law, market incentives, sound money, and sustainable public finances, which are desirable. But it's the question of how do we go from these principles, from these general insights, to really have an impact in the real world? And I think here we need to be context sensitive, and only then will we be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Appreciate it very much. Our next speaker is also a member of what we really mean it when we call it the Brain Trust. Julio teaches at the Imperial College and the London School of Economics. He has the PhD from the University of Essex, and he's in the process of affiliating with the Atlantic Council and our center as a senior advisor.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you very much for the invitation. And it's great to be here, and it's great to hear from similar-minded people. As different worldviews have become increasingly wary of each other, I think that it's safe to say that basic geopolitical fabric of the last decade has been remade. Mid-decade, the Western model of of progress had seemed to be running out of steam. And Damon was talking about the 2007-2008 financial crisis, where the West seemed out of touch with the people. The West seemed out of engagement with and out of control of what was going on in the that gave naturally rise to nationalism and authoritarianism, the 2016 election of Donald Trump, and also the Brexit phenomenon. So, but mid-decade, the authoritarian leaders seem to have been emboldened and determined to outcompete the Western worldview. And I think it's also safe to say that during COVID, they seem to have be having a good time in imposing all of this, and claiming that their worldview was way more convenient for their own people. This zero COVID policy, Xi was very proud of presenting it as a success compared to what the West has been facing. But after some time passed, even if the COVID crisis and the Russian invasion have removed some of the bravado of authoritarian leaders, I believe that it is still unclear where this new world order is heading. One thing that appears to be becoming increasingly clear is that new technologies By new technologies, I refer like to the rise of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all of these new technologies, new forms of energy too, nuclear fission, seem to be part of what will be driving and remaking the geopolitical fabric during the next year. And taking it from like my own vantage point of view, for instance, information operations, it seemed to have been changing with the adoption of all of these new technologies. And like I like to quote President Trump on this, that like everything could be happening because someone, like a fat guy behind, like in a dark room, like it's operating this way. So these new technologies have emboldened these authoritarian leaders. They have been able to know how to harness these technologies, for instance, surveillance technologies during COVID and in China, seem to be really, really well tuned to keep track of every of the citizens. And like just to take another example, like just borrowing some of the lingo of like computing design, the architecture with which we build our information technologies, the 0-1 bit architecture with which we build all of our Western digital technologies is going to be basically reformed with the introduction of new technologies. So for instance, quantum computing. It's needless to say that like all of our algorithms, our cybersecurity algorithms, our encryption algorithms work on this assumption. And just introducing a quantum computing, like that will enable us or anyone to break all our, for instance, secure encryption in a matter of seconds. So I think that like it's obvious that like all of these new technologies will play an ample role in the new world order, which basically raises the question, which worldview is better prepared to foster technological innovation? And I think that as of now, there's no clear-cut answer. Our own Western and democratic model of like diffusion of information, of free flow of information throughout the world has made all of these other regimes, the Chinese regime, the Russian regime, very good at adopting and let's say tropicalizing all of these technological innovations. To the degree that like manufacturing and logistic chains that we have now are still very intertwined. So we probably will be talking in the next years of like the two systems, still but one world in which like we, as much as this administration wants to decouple, we won't be able to decouple ourselves. So I believe that it's a good exercise to think about what are the right determinants of invention and innovation. And I think that a couple of things popped out. One is naturally the human component, and the human component has another couple of components. One is that of like individual inventiveness, and I think that like this is inherent of human nature. Whether you were born in North Korea, in South Africa, in Mexico, in Europe, or in the United States, I think it's in the nature of the human being to be curious, to be creative. So like that is something that we won't be able to stop. But there are some other cultural factors, just as we've been discussing. And with the cultural factors, like it has like the risk aversion, the values composition of the different societies that are being. And naturally, the second, let's say, big factor out of all of this is what I like to call the pipes behind like of our societies. Which sort of institutional factors are being taking hold of the societies in which actually these people is born. So just to dig a bit further into the historical factors, because again, like we are in a brave new world. I think that there is no way of predicting what's coming down the line. So I think it's a good exercise just to think about the historical determinants of innovation and technological development. And as I was saying, in the ones that we can actually study, again, like invention and inventiveness is inherent to human factors. So like I think that we can rule that out. But like the factors that Marcus was also talking about, for instance, demographics, values. We can see a couple of trends. For instance, in the demographic part, it has been well established, and actually this was part of Adam Smith's works, that the larger the population it gets, the more specialization of labor we will be getting. And this is one of the tenets that has allowed growth in societies just like India, but also China. They were able to specialize and develop know-how on the development of different processes. That is why people in Taiwan have developed a lot of know-how in terms of the manufacturing chips. The people in China have developed a lot of know-how in the manufacturing of a lot of Western technologies, to say so. But like as everything in economics, it's a two-faced coin, right? So the larger the amount of the population, that makes it even cheaper. It cheapens the factor of production of the population itself. So that in some sort of sense, it also hinders innovation. Why? Because while you can adopt some new technologies, it's better just to throw it to people for a couple of cents, right? On the other end, on the other phase, for instance, we have the cases, for instance, like Japan and Germany, where the aging population has taken a lot of people out of the workforce. But these two examples have been very successful in bringing in new technological innovations, such as like the incorporation of automation in manufacturing technologies. So in that sense, the lack of labor and the lack of people in the labor force has caused and has actually pushed these couple of countries to develop new automation technologies that has promoted innovation. Naturally, there's also like the willingness to accept the risk and the value parts out of that. So the willingness to accept risk, for instance, here in the United States, we are very keen to taking risk in betting for innovation, taking actually very expensive risk. I think that I have to tell no one like about like these long bets in Web3, where like lots of people was pouring lots of money into Bitcoin and distributed ledger technologies, just to figure out that probably they won't work. Again, like it's in our nature just to be here and take risk in terms of innovation. Europe is a different story. They are a bit more conservative. We're a bit more conservative, but all in all, like we have also like the vision of taking long technological bets. For instance, the Horizon program in the European Union and all of the Innovate UK programs. Again, like, but in terms of like authoritarian regimes, because of the piping of the authoritarian regimes, like they need short-term wins to show people up in the ladder that like the R&D is working. So I'd like to call the attention to probably it was a Wall Street Journal article I was reading Monday, where the author was claiming that Huawei, even if they were investing quite a lot of money in technological development, as it turned out, it was just short-term technological development. Why? Because the managers upstairs needed to show people up the ladder that they were actually producing something. They were very risk-averse in taking like long-term bets. There's also the values. I think that probably like up until recent, like graduates in Western institutions wanted just to go and work for tech. Like it was in the DNA. Like just to have this drive towards inventiveness. But like top graduates in elite institutions in China, they want to go and work for the Communist Party. So that also talks a lot about like the different another component of this human nature. Naturally, there's the politics and the state, which I'm not going to stop too much in here because I think that we all are in agreement in this forum that this restrictiveness, like cuts the incentives to innovate, and actually, as Damon was just mentioning, like it just builds up a kleptocracy where you just want to create extractive institutions out of. So again, like just stopping innovation. And naturally, like the precision of science and technology, like this is an aspect where probably both of our worldviews are deeply appreciative of science. Like I don't have to like stop and talk about, for instance, the Gamaleya Institute in Russia, which again, they're appreciative of science, and the Chinese National Academy of Sciences, they are very appreciative of science. The fact is that they do not have the incentives to produce long-term shots in that. And finally, like some other aspect that we economists like to talk about is path dependency. All of this push that we have, all of this wind in our backs. Like we have been lucky enough, and we, the Western, the democratic view, to, like being able to harbor, like all of this, and, profit of all of this path-dependent growth ever since the Industrial Revolution. But like the people in the other authoritarian regimes, we're also seeming to have, like gaining some steam in the early 2010s. So, like again, like even if in the overall picture, it seems that like both views are quite competing. Like it seems that overall, like the Western view, the democratic view, seems a bit better poised to foster technological innovations. The fact is that everything is not forever, right? And like it's a law of nature. Actually, it's called in economic history Causal's law that like this steam is gonna run out at some point in time. So probably what I want to leave everyone is like a quote from Joseph Schumpeter saying that the enemies of technological progress is not a lack of ideas, but the social forces trying to preserve the status quo. And to that, I think that it's quite important to preserve freedom preserving institutions, and the obvious ones are the rule of law, free markets, science. But the not so obvious one is diversity. If history has taught us anything, is that adopting ideas from elsewhere in the world is quite important to not only like start new developments, but also to foster the growth of new developments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julio. Appreciate it very much. Great contribution. Our next two presenters come to us from Bucharest, Romania. I mean, one of them here in person, one of them virtually. Professor Clara Volintiru teaches at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies. I got a degree there also, but they raised the standards after I left. It was much harder. Yeah. And obtained her PhD from the London School of Economics. She's also the director of the German Marshall Fund in Romania and has worked as a consultant for international organizations such as the World Bank, European Commission, Eurofund, and others. Professor Camelia Crișan teaches at the National School of Political Science and Public Administration in Bucharest, where she also earned a PhD. They both have leadership positions in Project Romania 2030, which is our strategic, the think tank that is our strategic partner for Europe. Clara.
Thank you so much, Dan, and thank you everyone for having us here in this fantastic initiative. I feel very privileged and humbled to be invited in person in this fantastic institution and to talk about these important issues, not just in theoretical terms, and my deepest appreciation for the presentations that went ahead before I did, but also in practical terms. And I think this challenge that then presented to us to link the overall arching figures of the statistical analysis to the in-country context and causal mechanisms was very close to my heart. And thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. So we're like in a sort of a kind of a funny situation because I'm just one person presenting here together with my colleague Camelia Crișan in Bucharest online, whom I'm saluting, and she's gonna step up in one stage of our presentation, but we're actually three authors in the chapter, so I'm the lucky one to be here with you all today. What I would like to add in conceptual terms, because of course I'm an academic, but I'm also a policy advisor and let's say an operational person in our grant-making activities in Romania through GMF. In theoretical terms, as a long-time or short-term scholar, but long-term student, I faced the same conundrum that was mentioned this morning. I think the first contact with the intellectual debate on what comes first, economic prosperity or democracy. What comes first, democracy or the quality of governance? And this was the core of our struggles to uncover the foundational texts. For me, it was Lipset and Jaworski in terms of the debate. You have Acemoglu and Danny Roderick, that was already mentioned. So there are very, very big minds that have worked on these issues. And of course, again, it's humbling for us to try to make our contribution. But again, some empirical terms can lay a better understanding of the region. My presentation will focus on the specific region of Central and Eastern Europe. That's an area that we've covered in theoretical and empirical terms. I think, unfortunately, it's an area that has grown to a status of international attention, and it is an opportunity for us as scholars to step up to the task of really making sense of what drives societal resilience, what drives democracy, and hopefully what drives prosperity for the population that resides in this conflict-ridden area of the world. Of course, it is Ukraine that is under a horrific war, but the instabilization trajectories are regional. And this is an important factor to be taken into consideration. And I hope our assessment of this virtuous cycle between freedom and prosperity can shed some light. So let's see the context, right? The overlapping security, political, and economic challenges in Eastern Europe. Just to give you the heads up, we're going to have three short components in my presentation. One is context, two is the three trajectories of prosperity, in my opinion, in our opinion, for Central and Eastern Europe, and third, brief conclusions. Now, the road towards freedom and prosperity in these overlapping regions, some of which are part of the European Union, some of which are at the frontier of the European Union, the road towards freedom and prosperity requires, in our opinion, a clear strategic engagement from Western allies in the European Union and the Transatlantic community. And this is linked to the causal mechanism between freedom and prosperity. You open up your markets, you open up your country, you get huge multiplication effects in terms of trade and investment, and then you can deliver prosperity and stability to your population. But this involves the linking of immediate responses to the war and the crisis in the region with a clear long-term prospect of development for the region as a whole, again. And this is linked to the previous presentation when we talk about the fact that it is only democratic values that allow you to make these long-term investments, right? Because it is about a shared value process at the end of the day. And finally, what it also requires is scaling up the effort from security engagements to economic partnerships that deliver. The whole, stabilization through investments thesis that goes on at the moment. Now, there are three trajectories, but probably we will change them in the chapter to pathways because that's more consistent with the other contributions to Dan's book and Joseph's. There is a clear growth trajectory in the region through the process of European integration. And this is essentially the epitome of openness, right? The European integration has allowed for the integration of markets in Central and Eastern Europe. It has also allowed for large transfers of capital through the way of the structural funding. And those transfers of capital have permitted, let's say, local conditions to become more favorable for foreign direct investors. So this is, in a nutshell, the developmental model that Central and Eastern Europe has gone through over the past 2 decades. But what we have to uncover now, today, after the COVID crisis, during the war in Ukraine, is a growth trajectory through a new economic model. And that growth trajectory through a new economic model is searched or developed everywhere around the world. It's not just for the region. Every country tries to reassemble the way it constructs its developmental path. And some may oppose it to a protectionist versus liberal stance, but in effect, these national development models, like Romania is developing, like Ireland has been developing, like Spain is developing, these national growth or development models are focused on coordinating the national capabilities with international context and regional markets. So it's not about closing or opening up, but in adapting and adjusting. And within the specific context of the European Union, what we find is a model of flexibility and conditionality. So we give you money on the condition that you open up your processes, your institutions, and your markets, but how you choose to direct that investment money is up to you. You need to do your own country assessment. And this flexibility plus conditionality model could be reflected in many of the international organizations' approach to development. But again, this requires a national economic model discussion, debate, and it has to be evidence-based. And this is where your amazing index comes into role. And finally, and this is where my colleague will step in immediately or in a couple of minutes, is the growth trajectory where freedom is an enabling condition for prosperity. And we have plenty of examples from the COVID crisis in Romania and the current situation in Ukraine, where you see the civil society stepping up in co-designing the public processes, but also local communities, local development alliances, like we call them, through different examples in Central and Eastern Europe. Before I give the floor to my colleague Camelia in a second, I would just like to highlight some different indexes that we've developed at the subnational level in Romania. Because in the case of the European integration, you see a doubling, a fantastic growth process for Central and Eastern Europe since joining the European Union. You have a doubling in value-added production from close, for example, in Romania, from close to 100 billion euros to 215 billion euros. You have a doubling of exports from 40 billion to 89 billion. You have a growth dynamics of GDP approximately 3 to 5 percentage points. But what you still find is large subnational disparities. And what this means is that the growth trajectory through European integration has been largely concentrated in a couple of leading urban centers. And this poses a very large challenge for the credibility of the freedom/prosperity model. Because if people don't really see the benefits in their daily lives and local communities, then what's it all about? This is an index that we've produced for the Aspen Institute in Romania since 2016. And what's interesting is that we see secondary cities like Cluj becoming even more attractive for international business and investors due to their focus on innovation and local developmental alliances with academic brain trusts, like Dan called them. Now, a second index that we've developed with the Aspen Institute Romania and the German Marshall Fund last year is a local resilience index for Romania and Moldova, where if we look at one of our pillars, which is the socioeconomic pillar of local resilience in counties in Romania and Moldova, what you find is that the access to basic services and the socioeconomic policies are largely the same across the territory because they are generally nationally driven or internationally recommended. But what you don't find is equal economic opportunities. And again, this might be counterintuitive. The farther you are from a large urban center, the less economic opportunities you have. But that's a vicious circle where you get outward migration, depopulation, poverty, disinformation permeability, clientelism and distortion of democratic practices, and you waste any chance of consolidating your freedom indexes in those local regions. And finally, again, before I turn to my colleague and I thank her for her patience, it is important to acknowledge what the new economic model would be in the region for Central and Eastern Europe. And here is a very thick table. I apologize. I don't expect you to follow it right away, but I'm sure Dan will share the slides with you. It's a table that we've comprised with my fellow colleagues from different universities in Europe, and it looks at the high value added investments in 3 leading countries in Central and Eastern Europe: Hungary, Romania, and Poland. And why I pinpoint high value added investments, it is because, as the speakers before me have highlighted, this is the key to prosperity in the coming years. We cannot stand aside and wait for the basic manufacturing process to deliver the type of prosperity and multiplication effects that were available 20 years ago. The only chance for countries that are entering a downward spiral to, let's say, escape that trap of impoverishment is based on high value-added investments. And the way you secure high value-added investments is being a really attractive environment in overall terms, especially in all the indexes of the freedom index, right? And there is a very scarce distribution outside the capital cities. For some countries like Poland, there is a better distribution across the territory. Romania has made important steps towards distributing better the high-value investments in its territory. There needs to be, what I mentioned earlier, local developmental alliances. And for that reason, what we've also done with the World Bank in Romania and the German Marshall Fund a couple of years ago was this mutual engagement process. And this is what we're pitching for the Ukraine reconstruction and recovery process as well. You need a co-design structure. You need civil society to be engaged with local authorities, the same way you need local authorities to open up and understand the needs and benefit from the facilitation that civil society organizations can provide. And here, beyond the very narrow figures that we have for the index of mutual engagement in Romanian cities, I also have it for Hungary and Poland. Let me just go back to the overall story and try to make it more humane by turning to my colleague Camelia, who's gonna tell you a little bit about what mutual engagement actually means in real terms. Camelia, you have the floor. So sorry for taking so long.
Thank you, Clara. I'm the storyteller, right?
Yes.
The sociologist who's the storyteller. So data from the Freedom House and other sources show that freedom indicators in Romania have increased in the past years. Now, while some countries in Eastern Europe have shifted towards autocracy, particularly Poland and more so Hungary, Romania has not been in that position. And we believe that that is due to a strong and robust civil society. So what's the story? How has this strong and robust civil society been forged? In our essay, Clara and myself provide more details, but the milestones, in our view, were a combination of fighting for civil and individual rights, the movement for the freedom of internet, for sustainable development and more corporate sustainability and accountability, the hashtag United We Save movement, and against government corruption, hashtag Corruption Kills movement. Hundreds of thousands of people took the streets of Bucharest and other cities and forced at least 2 governments to resign, because the common perception was that even those governments were of the people, they were not led by the people, but by a few corrupt politicians, and they were not for the people, but rather for corporate interest. Another important milestone has happened during the COVID pandemic. Romanian civil society has seen a surge in solidarity and harnessed a broad community effort to support the vulnerable and those in need. Networks have been strengthened, new partnerships have been fostered between state and the civil society, particularly in terms of social innovation, with an association called Code for Romania, an association of volunteers from the IT industry, which created a platform supporting the first aid effort. As a result, in February 2022, when Russia has attacked Ukraine and the response of the Romanian society has been overwhelming in support of the refugees, tools which have been built during COVID times have been redirected for this new purpose. So, local networks of NGOs, which have supported with medicines older people during COVID times, became active collectors of goods and first aid materials to be sent to Ukrainian towns and people in need. So this is, in our view, a clear and easy to expand model for mutual engagement. For this reason, and many others, but this is our thesis in this essay, let's say, a strong, robust, and healthy civil society has proved to be in Romania a main pillar for resilience when the country has been confronted with pro-Russian narratives, for instance, related to the war, with 65% of the population stating that there is no justification for the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and 70% believing in NATO's capacity to defend the country. I will finish by saying that during a field trip I have taken 2 weeks ago in Ukraine, I had the chance to discuss with several NGO representatives there, and they support our view that resources to be spending repairing bridges, buildings, roads, and other type of infrastructure must be equally matched by continuous investment in the strengthening of civil society. And here Romania has a good experience, Ukraine is gaining a good experience, and what we have learned can be transferred and used to the benefit of the Ukrainian and Romanian people when the times will call for it. And that's all from me, and back to you, Clara.
Thank you so much, Camelia. And because I see everyone around me, 5 seconds, 2 main takeaways. In order to strengthen the economic resilience of Eastern Europe, I would propose 2 takeaways. Standing on its own, stabilizing the region through investments, and standing up together, multilateral stabilization measures for the region as a whole, and trilateral engagement with countries in the region, Romania, Ukraine, and Moldova. I will delve deeper in these issues in the chapter, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present here today.
Thank you very much, Clara. Thank you very much, Camelia, as well. The last in-person presenter is Ignacio Campomanes, who is also a member of our Brain Trust, the third and last as they present this morning. Ignacio got his PhD from the University of Minnesota, teaches at the University of Navarra in Spain, and is a resident fellow of the Navarra Center for International Development. And he's also in the process of affiliating with the Atlantic Council and with us as a senior advisor.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan. And thank you very much especially to the Freedom and Prosperity Center for allowing me to do the research on this topic that I find especially interesting. So let me briefly present what I've been doing in the last few months since I started to work with the center. And I'm going to present on the dimensions of freedom and economic performance. So as a motivation, let me just show this picture about what is the state of democracy around the world today. So here we have in blue, in dark blue and light blue, what most people would agree are democracies, different levels of them. Liberal democracies are the ones in dark blue. Those are mainly Western countries. But then in light blue, we have electoral democracies, which might have some defects in terms of how free the elections are, how well individual rights, political rights are protected, but they are considered democracies. And then in yellow and red, we have autocracies, right? And the first thing that I want you to take away from this graph is that, well, democracy is a rare event, especially liberal democracies. The way we usually think about democracies, as of today, is only 20% of the countries in the world. And even if we relax this definition of democracy to introduce also electoral democracy, it only reaches 50% of the countries of the world. And this is today. 50 years ago, it was less than 20% in total. Now, the second fact that you see clearly in this picture is the great increase in the share of democracies in the world happening after the fall of the Soviet bloc, right? The so-called third wave of democratization in the 90s that seemed to vindicate Fukuyama's idea of an end of history, right? Like now all the world is going to converge to this liberal democracy idea, market economy, and everybody is going to become democratic. That seemed happening in the 90s, but what you see in the last 20 years, the share of democracy in the world has clearly stagnated at 50%. In the last 20 years, some countries have democratized, but also others have experienced democracy erosion and fall into autocracy. So at the end of the day, it's just 50% of the countries of the world that are democratic. Now, the second point I want to make about the state of democracy today is what is the popular support for democracy? And here I'm just showing the answers of all respondents from 77 countries from the World Values Survey, okay, to a very specific question that asks respondents, would you say that having a strong leader that does not have to bother with parliament or elections is a very good, fairly bad, or very bad idea of governing your country? And what you see is that you would assume that most of the people would say that's a very bad idea, but that's not the case at all. 30 years ago, in the 90s, it was already 40% of the respondents to this question that were saying, yeah, it's not a bad idea to have a dictator. And what is even more worrisome is that in the last 15 years, the share of people that think that autocracy is not that bad has actually increased. It's now around 50%. And this is not just in developing countries. When you go to the data for developed countries, you also see a rise, especially after the Great Recession, in people who do not value democracy enough to think that a dictatorship is the worst thing that can happen to their country. Now, these two pieces together, the stagnation of the democratization process that started in the 90s, and the apparent decrease in the support for democracy among populations, clearly shows that making the case for democracy is as pressing as ever. So this is not a battle that is won, and we still have to make the case for democracy and freedom around the world. And that's why I think that the work of the Freedom and Prosperity Center is very timely. And we should do more research on this and strengthen the case for democracy. Probably most of us would agree that democracy has value in itself. We can defend democracy in pure ethical and moral grounds as the system that better upholds the dignity and freedom of citizens, right? In the principles, based on the principles of justice, fairness, equality, etc. So we don't need to think about outcomes or consequences of democracy. We could defend democracy, and we should do it in purely ethical grounds as a better system than many others. But it is true that I don't think, especially what these answers here to this question show, is that maybe it's not the intrinsic value of democracy, what is in question today, but the consequences, to what extent democracies can also deliver in terms of prosperity, in terms of economic outcomes, right? And I think that's what explains why the share of people not valuing democracy as much clearly has started to increase after the Great Recession, especially in developed countries, right? There is this feeling that maybe democracy cannot deliver prosperity in a sustained way. There's a common mantra now said that my generation is going to be the first that is not going to live better than their parents, right? So maybe democracy is exhausted. They cannot deliver anymore. And as was mentioned before by many other speakers, China poses a seed of doubt. To what extent can we have better economic outcomes in autocratic systems? At the end of the day, we want to answer the question, is there a trade-off between freedom and economic prosperity? Because if there is a trade-off, then many people, as we see, seem to be willing to give up some freedom in order to have better economic opportunities and better economic growth. But if we can show that there is no trade-off, that democracy is not only better and superior ethically and morally, but also is a more efficient system to deliver economic growth and economic prosperity for all, then obviously we can strengthen greatly the case for democracy, right? So, if we want to know empirically, if we want to think about this relationship between political regimes and economic growth, we should ask economists, I guess. Because we have been thinking about this, at least in the last 30 or 40 years. Robert Barrow started to introduce institutional variables in his growth regressions early in the 90s. Okay? So I cannot go over all the literature, the economics literature on the relationship between democracy and growth. I'm just going to ask the guy who is arguably the biggest political economist of this generation, who is Daron Acemoglu. So what does he say about this relationship? We go to a very recent paper of him and his typical co-authors, and we get the answer of Acemoglu in the very title, right? His paper is titled, Democracy Does Cause Growth, okay? This published just 3 years ago in the Journal of Political Economy. And here in this plot, you see the main result of the paper. So this is a pure empirical exercise to try to see try to compare countries that have democratized compared to those that didn't since the 1960s. So this is comparing mainly these countries that I showed at the beginning that experienced this third wave of democratization compared to those that didn't democratize, right? And the answer, the empirical answer, the quantitative answer of the paper is very clear. They show with different econometric techniques that countries that democratize attain around 20% higher GDP per capita in the medium term or medium-long term, in up to 25 years of democratization, right? And this is robust. This is a very thorough paper with different econometric techniques, state-of-the-art econometrics, a lot of robustness checks. They get the same answer, around 20% higher GDP per capita after 25 years of democratization. So does this settle the question? Can we just take these Acemoglu's work and just do the advocacy work that Dan was saying? Well, unfortunately not. Acemoglu has one answer, but if you look at the whole literature from economics and also political science, you see huge divergence of results. Okay, we are far from a consensus on the empirical relationship between democracy and economic growth. And I have here just another example of a very recent paper from authors from University College London and Paris School of Economics. And again, you see their conclusion is already in the title. They talk about a political U. So maybe the relationship between democracy and growth is not linear. Maybe it's U-shaped. That's what they get. Okay? And I like this paper because it replicates Acemoglu's empirical technique. So he uses the same econometric model as Acemoglu. And the only difference that they introduce is that instead of just dividing countries between democracies and autocracies, so a binary classification, they say, okay, we think there are 3 types of regimes, not just 2. We have pure democracies, we have pure autocracies, but there is some middle ground there, some hybrid regimes, and maybe these 3 things, these 3 kind of regimes perform differently. And that's exactly what they say. So you see it in the graph. Their conclusion is that both pure democracies and pure autocracies grow faster than these hybrid regimes. Okay? And the quantitative result is very similar to Acemoglu's one. It's around 20% after 25 years for both pure autocracies and pure democracies. Okay? So why do I see, where do I see that there is a problem of all this empirical literature and the divergence of results? Well, if you compare these 2 papers, what you see is that making a small change on the definition of democracy clearly changes completely the results. So I think economists have been focusing on econometrics, on trying to get good specifications in terms of statistics, but they have not taken a stock of all the knowledge and theoretical developments in political science and legal theory about how to define democracy and especially how to go to the attributes of democracy, right? And I think that's exactly what got me interested about what the Freedom and Prosperity Center is doing, because they're trying to go down one level at least, or probably more. Not just thinking about liberal democracy as a convoluted thing, but just thinking, okay, what are the attributes that make a free society? Okay? I think this is the way to make progress. Okay? We have to open the black box of democracy. Because as we've been hearing the whole morning, when we think about liberal democracy, we think about a bundle of institutions. Right? It's not just systems in which political leaders are elected by some kind of voting mechanism. It includes some other neighboring concepts, such as the rule of law, a battery of individual rights, political rights, civil rights, economic rights. We usually assume a liberal democracy has some kind of a market economy with more or less intervention of the government, but it's a market economy with free competition, etc. So if we want to open this black box of democracy and think about the attributes or the dimensions of free societies, we have a first problem, which is a purely conceptual problem. How do we where do we draw the boundaries between all these things? Okay? And is it possible, actually? Can we think about the rule of law without thinking about democracy, without thinking about property rights? So this first problem has been tried to, there's a first step, I think, in this conceptualization of dimensions of freedom coming from the Freedom Index that, in my view, make a lot of sense. So let me briefly, in the last minutes that I have, try to justify theoretically how these 3 dimensions of freedom that the Freedom Index includes make theoretical sense. And we can actually separate the 3 of them. So the first one, and I think the most interesting concept here, is the concept of the rule of law. Okay, because many times we think about the rule of law as equivalent to democracy. But if we go to the legal literature, most prominent legal theories have a very formal view of rule of law, right? They strip it from all substantive content. That is, rule of law has nothing to do with individual rights, has nothing to do with democracy. Rule of law, in simple terms, just means that citizens and governments abide by and are bound by the law. Whatever it says, whatever the law is saying, government and citizens follow the law. This clearly links this idea to a specific mechanism that affects economic growth, which is certainty. Right? If you know that the government is going to abide by the law, then you can look at the law and calculate the consequences and plan accordingly, especially your economic affairs. Right? Now, the second dimension of freedom that is included in the index is political freedom. There is a completely different mechanism towards growth, right? Political freedom is easier, I think, to conceptualize as some electoral core. So there are some free and fair elections that in which countries elect leaders and lawgivers. And then there are a bunch of individual rights, mainly political rights, that strengthen this electoral core, and also civil rights that give like a sphere of non-intervention from the government on individual liberty. Now, the mechanism is different. Rule of law was giving certainty. Political freedom is creating responsiveness from government policies to the preferences of the citizens, which, mediated by other different factors like inequality and many other economic factors of the environment, lead to specific policies that might be better or worse for growth. And there is a second mechanism of democracy, among many others, but there is a second one that is also important, that is an extra degree of accountability on the government and control. You know, the debate that happens in a democratic society, and we don't see in autocratic societies, not just controls the government in terms of corruption, etc., but also, with time, and this is important, it's not the first day that democracy is established, but probably with time, this democratic debate helps improve policies and get rid of policies that are not working and implement policies that are working, and especially coming from the citizens' preferences and situations. And then economic freedom is this third leg, right? And economic freedom has to do with this, you know, under the ideas of Milton Friedman and many others, this is easier to conceptualize as the absence of coercion in economic decisions. So you need societies in which you have first property rights and well-protected property rights, but you also need societies that are free to trade to gain these gains from trade. At the end of the day, you need people that have certainty about contracts, et cetera, et cetera. And the mechanism of economic freedom is different, again, from political and legal freedom. This has to do with incentives, with individuals knowing that the fruit of their labor, of their investments, of their ideas is going to come back to themselves and reward themselves. So, very briefly, my conclusion here is that this way of thinking about democracy and dividing these three legs of freedom makes sense because it allows to have different combinations. Right? You can have countries with high levels of rule of law, low political freedom, and intermediate levels of economic freedom, or the other way. Now, this, I think, is what is going to make us progress in terms of analyzing this relationship of freedom and prosperity. And I think I'm going to stop here because I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you very much, Ignacio. So we'll take a 2-minute break now before we need this 2-minute break to set up for the panel. Thank you for the questions that we've received, both in the room with the QR code and online, and we will reflect the questions in our discussion with the panel. Thank you very much. 2-minute break. first question is to Clara. That the change for countries in Eastern Europe that escaped communism was drastic. And it's also for scientists, for social scientists, one of the rare situations where you can experiment. You can see something and clearly and something else start. What were the toughest 2 or 3 things that these countries had to deal with in their transition from a communist regime, both politically and economically, to a free market and a democratic regime? And I know you'll have very little time for a very big question. And what were the 1 or 2 big mistakes made by the countries that failed at it and the countries that succeeded at it?
Yeah, so it's an excellent question, and it's a tough question because it's a leopard skin of a region, right? We tend to think of it in homogeneous terms because they all started in the same place. But unfortunately, what we see here today in the region is very different trajectories. Some have done better, some have done worse. We see backsliding in EU member states. We see strong democratic resilience in the countries that aren't yet in the European family, right? So coming back to your question, what were the 3 main challenges? Well, first, political and societal, civil society capabilities had to be built up at the same time as a new political system, as new democratic institutions, new governance mechanisms. And building up these 3 elements at the same time as reforming the market system and opening it up to the world created some very large mistakes. Right? The checks and balances weren't there. The accountability mechanisms were not always as strong as they are today in some of the countries. So I think this simultaneous birth of a new political regime, an open market economy, and a civil society has been a challenge. But to a certain extent, I think most countries in the region have let's say, resolved it, right? They've managed to steer through it, especially through the process of integration. Now, the second big challenge is creating prosperity. And I'm not going to be very long in my answer, but I think this connects to what we're all discussing here today. And the challenge of prosperity was, how do you ensure people thrive? They have economic opportunities. You had the market prosperity in the sense, what I've just mentioned. You have growth, you have trade, you have investments. But where does that leave the people? Their opportunities for growth and development, not just enterprise, but also salaries, the knowledge, innovation, human capabilities. And I think that was a challenge that wasn't adequately resolved yet. So I think that's where we still need to fight on and improve what I mentioned earlier, an innovation-based development model, and a model that takes into account both subnational disparities and local vulnerabilities, but also the very strong capabilities of the regional actors, the population, the human resource, the brain trust that you're trying to assemble.
Thank you so much. So Ignacio, the next question is for you. There seems to be, among scholars, a consensus that economic freedom leads to economic growth. And a lot of scholars also equate economic growth with prosperity. We disagree in the brain trust. That's why we have the brain trust. We look at it more broadly. But why do scholars have so much more difficulty reaching a consensus that political freedom, especially democracy, leads to economic growth? What is your opinion? Why is there that difficulty?
Well, as I was saying in my presentation, I think it's all about a conceptual problem. Like, you try to compare all these empirical studies about democracy and growth, and if you just look at the answer, then you assume they are all comparable. And they are non-comparable in a variety of ways, especially econometric techniques, but even within those that use the same econometric model. Then when you dig deeper, you see that some studies are measuring democracy as elections or no elections. That's a democracy. While other ones are using measures of democracy, I don't know, Freedom House, for example, index of freedom. There are very broad concepts of democracy that include not only elections, but also civil rights, political rights, economic rights, etc. So at the end of the day, all these are not comparable in any way. And related to what you were saying at the beginning, when you were saying it seems to be a consensus between economic freedom and growth. Well, again, if you dig deeper, you see that most of the measures of economic freedom that are used, usually the Fraser Index or the Heritage Index, they all include an important share of the index is measuring institutions. It's measuring what I was saying in my presentation, the rule of law, and to what extent the government actually abides by the law, especially in terms of non-expropriation, enforcement of contracts, et cetera, et cetera. So what you see is that, what I think is that so far, economists especially have focused a lot on refining our econometric techniques, but we have abstracted completely from the conceptual and measurement issues. And I think that's where we can make progress, as I said. Like if you want to think about the relationship between democracy and growth, you have to think about the mechanisms. And for that, you have to think about the attributes of democracy. So it's very different. The link from democracy to growth in terms of better policies, because this comes from a democratic debate, is very different than the link coming from a government that abides by the law, for example, is not going to expropriate, or the recognition of property rights, et cetera. So there are a bunch of connections in these dimensions of freedom that at the end of the day, I think can shed some light on these relationships.
Great, thank you so much. Marcus, next question is from you, for you. Again, looking at scholars looking at the facts, at the reality, and interpreting it. There seems to be no consensus as to whether market-oriented economies or authoritarian economic systems are delivering better for the people. For me, it's clear. Again, I lived through communism. They went bankrupt, and nobody voted for them again. And the blossoming in that region is obvious. But again, there doesn't seem to be a consensus on that. What do you think about that?
So I think what's happening here is that scholars look at the same cases, but they focus on different facts about these cases. And since they don't entirely agree on the mechanisms that are operative, they disagree on what factors are causally relevant in different cases. I think another challenge is, I wouldn't so much put it in terms of democracy versus authoritarianism, but more in terms of market-led and market-oriented economic development versus state interventionist development. These countries may be authoritarian, they might be not so authoritarian, but the market plays the state plays a very important role. So I think the reality is, and it's kind of a methodological problem, you look at a number of high-profile cases, and I mentioned China several times, Korea. On the other hand, you might have places like Singapore and Hong Kong that were very successful, and then you try to figure out what happened there. And so it seems like, and this was the thesis of my presentation, maybe there are multiple paths to economic development. There's just one path. So in a liberal tradition, we think of market-oriented development and democracy as the royal path towards development. And now we have these other cases to contend with. I think it's a political challenge, but the reality is we're looking at the same issues, but these scholars and institutions, they attribute different weights and different importance to these various factors. So in the Chinese case, they will say there was a mobilization of savings investment. This was very superior to what happened in perhaps in countries that were politically liberal, but they didn't have the same means to mobilize and control the economy. So I think the reality is we have too few cases and too many variables, and so scholars pick and choose, and they can come out on different sides of the equation. And that's going to be, I think, one of the challenges for the project, to figure out some of these causal pathways and be open-minded about what causal pathways do lead to economic development, and figure out which are the ones that are the most efficient ones and the best ones to pursue.
Thank you very much. So we got a question for you, Julio. You talked about innovation. What can governments in democracies, free market economies, do to encourage innovation? In a way, it is a contradiction between free market and encouraging something or another. In the United States, for example, in our debates, there is a strong resistance to industrial policy, for example, right? But at the same time, when you look at countries like China, the direct investments in one area or another, there is a temptation to do something about it. I'm sure you've thought about it. What would you suggest?
Right. So let me take again from the economic history example. So back in the industrial days, like in the rise of the first industrial revolution, the thing that Britain got right was that they had, of course, like these societies, like the Royal Society for Science and the different institutions, that made the ideas come together. And like these were not, let's say, the great scientists, for instance, of France and Germany. These people were tinkerers. They were people that had like a lot of freedom to experiment, freedom to share, freedom to. But not only that, they had some sort of backing from the government. So this example, for instance, for naval officers, that they were encouraging and giving basically grants to take these risky examples and to allow them to experiment in long-term things. Now that has to be coupled all the way around with a free market society, because like the government can only do so much, but it's the market that will allow these innovations to permeate and also provide incentive structure. So I like to point to the entrepreneurship model that has permeated in Western societies, which is first like you experiment, you sort of disrupt, and once that's done, you have to prove it in the market. If you do not prove it in the market, then like this disruption in innovation won't happen, and this is the basic difference. On liberal societies, like you have this market to prove it to, and in a liberal, well, that may or may not happen.
Can I jump in with a
Please.
brief comment? Something we see coming up nowadays, it's what we call the investment state in some of our latest articles. And I think it's very different from the protectionism that we've learned in the early 90s when it was opposed to liberal market capitalism. The investment state does exactly what Julio just mentioned. It leverages private investment with public money. And this is a new model. This is not your traditional industrial policy. It's the partnership approach that needs to happen for the big issues that we're confronting with today, whether at national, regional, or global level. And I think this is a socialization challenge where political elites and economic decision makers have to understand this new paradigm that is really in the blossom, and it's reactive to current challenges. And it started with the Roundtable Declaration. It was obvious during COVID, and it's more needed than ever in the current recession cycle that we're facing. So I think this is where we need to really nuance the way we approach the innovation-driven paradigm with public and private capital bridging together for solutions for our societies.
Great, thank you so much. Minister, can I ask a question for you all the way from New Delhi, from Professor Parcha, who will present this afternoon. The Arab Spring started with a protest by a street vendor. Has something changed in the plight of the street vendors in Arab countries in general?
Well, that's a very specific question. I don't think, honestly, that, first of all, those street vendors, they are not incorporated in the formal economy. They're still around the Arab world, doing their business. But globally, the level, the economic growth and the economic development unfortunately deteriorated. And people, they didn't feel, including those vendors, they didn't feel that democracy is bringing for them new tools to improve their life, and their economic income. Maybe other sectors, particularly innovation sectors and startups, developed in some countries, but ordinary people, they were not involved in this process, and actually that's one of the reasons why the process did not succeed in many countries, including in Tunisia.
So Marcus, a question for you on drivers for economic growth. Might these drivers be different for higher income countries than for lower income countries? Is sort of the mix of the elements of success be different depending on their level of development?
I do think you can make a fairly solid case that this is what happens. The way to think about this is if you're a relatively poor country, in a sense, you only need to get a few things right to drive economic growth. The technology is out there. You can, in a sense, get your hands on it. You have lower levels of per capita income, so trade liberalization, if you can get it, is sort of an easy win for you. So you, in a way, just follow the economic path other countries have taken before you. And we've seen successful cases of this happening in Korea, in China, in Japan to some extent. So there's a model, and you roughly know what you need to do. It is largely a function of accumulating capital, infrastructure, human capital, and important, the existing technology. So that is difficult, yet you know roughly what you need to do to get there. Whether you can implement it politically, that's a separate question. I think this is where institutions come in, and this question of state-led versus market-led development. If, on the other hand, you're already operating near the technological frontier, let's say you're Japan or Germany, the United States, it's not quite as obvious what you should do because you have the infrastructure. There's probably not that much more to be gained by building additional roads or additional airports. There's some small wins. So growth in these countries also won't necessarily come from labor force growth. It will come from innovation, from really technological progress. And as Julio was mentioning early on, the question is, how do you get there? And so I think the mechanisms and even the policies that you need to pursue to take advantage of your position, these points to quite different policies. And in that sense, just throwing an idea out there, if you operate at the frontier, then you need to harness whatever you have in society. And I think the diversity was mentioned early on, the free flow of ideas, market competition becomes way more important. I think at some point the state, if the state overreaches, it loses the ability to drive innovation. But I think the jury on this is one out. Is what we're seeing right now, of course, is China continues to go down a state-led development path when it comes to technology. But we're also seeing the Europeans and the Americans adopting more of an industrial policy. Mm-hmm. And of course, there are nuances between how this is being done. And I think this is the key question. But so to answer your question, I do think that if you start from a low level of development, you roughly know what to do. It's a very different kind of development model that you probably ought to be pursuing, as opposed to if you're operating at the technological frontier, you know, different sets of policies, because you need to leverage different sets of capabilities.
Thank you. So Julio, innovation, you are Mr. Innovation on this. Innovation has domestic elements, drivers for success, but seems to be thriving when there is international cooperation also. We seem to be moving towards a world that is fragmenting. How does the geopolitical situation affect innovation?
Oh, and it's absolutely a pity that, you know, like this world seems to be getting smaller. The flow of ideas, let me put a couple of examples. So years, you know, at the beginning of the probably 1000, China, the year 1000, where, you know, like Europe was still in the medieval age, China was on the brink of basically conquering the world. They were leaps and bounds ahead in terms of technological development from Europe, but they seem just, you know, to have passed the opportunity. And it's still a puzzle to economic historians why this happened. But, you know, one reason is that, you know, like Chinese culture turned to cultivate inward. So for them, you know, the great thing was to see China and, you know, close themselves to other sort of innovations. The same thing happened to the Arab world. The Arab world was leaps and bounds ahead medieval Europe in terms of technology. They had all of these numerical systems. They had a bunch of technology that Europe didn't have. And the thing is that they tended to look downward, all of the other sort of worlds. So Europe, on the other hand, with this mercantilism that started developing, they started acquiring all of these ideas. So absolutely, a more open world should mean, you know, like that we hear different ideas that would not happen in our own ecosystem. And that's a wonderful driver for innovation.
Interesting.
If I can just jump in here with an idea. So it is true that China was ahead and they fell behind. I think there you can make a case that what propelled Europe forward, it could have been accidental, but it was also competition between nation states that was geared towards innovation. China, as a highly centralized power with no geopolitical challenges, wasn't forced to innovate. It had a centralized system. The elites became comfortable. As you say, they became more formal, less interested in pragmatic and practical things. So I do think, for better or worse, competition is very conducive to innovation. And either you have geopolitical competition or you have competition inside countries. And in China, neither seems to have existed. And I think that's a good plausible explanation for why China fell behind Europeans, who, as you rightly said, were way behind China about 1,000 years ago.
And can I add another thing? So it's also a delicate balance between competition and protecting the initial idea. So the patent system of for instance, of Britain gave a lot of protection to the initial creator to develop their idea and generate a market for their idea. So all of this, at the very first stage, protecting the innovation itself seemed to be conducive to keep this growth and this experimentation until you find this so-called product market fit. But once that has happened, competition for the best sort of innovation, it's crucial. So it's a very delicate balance between these two, let's say, industrial competition models, I'd say.
I would jump in. This is an economist's trade-off, right? Return on investment ratio for companies that invest in innovation, see medical research, and the idea of delivering public welfare with new and innovative systems and products. But I would jump to the example of the Eastern European case study, which I'm here representing on the panel. And you would see there that the innovation is linked to alliances, right? You have the global supply chains that run towards Western Europe and the transatlantic space. And you have tech transfers based on those alliances. And those tech transfers create an opportunity for innovation and market representation in the region for niche sector where one country could not have played such a big role. I'm thinking, for example, of the recent small modular reactor tech transfers to Romania and Poland, and they thus become hubs of innovation and facilitation of key solutions in the region with tech transfers from their partner allies. So let's not think of innovation just as one country, which can be affordable to China or the United States or Europe as a whole. Let's think of innovation through this allied supply chain structure that we all live in today.
Thank you. Minister Kemayes, to promote the liberal economy in the greater Middle East, are there sort of obvious next steps that should be a focus, say, removing red tape or encouraging the entrepreneurial spirit?
Well, most of the Arab countries, they have centralized economies. This has been inherited from the colonial rule. The French-speaking countries, we inherited from France, and the English also once. They had this, robust civil service administration, which, did not help develop free enterprise and free thinking. But now there is a new trend among younger generation who studied abroad or even in local university who are looking, for more free ideas. And here there is a lot of work to be done in order to disseminate the importance of liberal ideas in the economy, but also in politics, because unfortunately the region was closed to this kind of idea for a number of years. And now, for the last 10 years, there were some tentatives, in some countries, including in Tunisia, but still, this is not very deeply rooted. Coming back to the experience of Central and Eastern European countries and in China, there was always, in these countries, particularly Central and Eastern European countries, the impact of their integration within the European Union. That helped a lot, develop new systems. And the European Commission in Brussels, gave not just financing, but also the way how to develop a liberal economy, the way how to develop, free thinking. And it worked in many countries in the Central and Eastern European Union. In China, it's a different, because China, it happens in the 90s, I served myself in South Korea, and I was observing how China rose from, closed economy to a liberal one. And that was made, basically thanks to the Japanese and the American and South Korean conglomerates and support who invested, looking for bigger market. They invested in different sectors in China. China, in the meantime, developed its own technology and developed the innovation part of it. And now China is by itself a powerhouse in technology development. This is not the case in the Arab world. The Arab world, unfortunately, there is no such locomotive force helping the Arab world, to get out of the old system to a new one. The Arab world, it's almost taking the example of Tunisia. We almost felt alone, in this new important enterprise to build a new nascent democracy. There was some financial support coming from here and there, but democracy is not an instant coffee. You just impose it from, it has to develop a culture, a democratic culture, a way of the, entertaining a dialogue between political parties, a way, we had election, transparent and democratic election, but democracy is not just election. Democracy is a way to, live with each other and to have the same purpose and develop a system where everybody find his own interest in seeing that system, flourishing. And that comes, of course, from within, but also from outside, from forces helping these countries getting, becoming more and more free and democratic countries.
Yeah, I very strongly agree with you. A paper that we produced at the Freedom and Prosperity Center looked at Eastern European countries that became members of the European Union and compared them with Eastern European countries that did not become members of the European Union. And those that either became members of the European Union or, like Bulgaria, are members, but have not, don't rank as highly on the freedom score as the others. And even the candidate members are doing much better than those like Russia and Belarus that are not candidate members and are not members. In the United States, there are many people with whom I agree on other topics who are criticizing the European Union as being unelected bureaucrats in Brussels who are dictating to the rest of Europe, and they're very sympathetic to the Brits getting out. But the role of the European Union in Western Europe is different from the role of the European Union in Eastern Europe, where they needed those rules and regulations and principles. So I think that distinction is an important one.
If you allow me, I want to add something. Security factor is very important. Most of the Central and Eastern European countries, before joining the European Union, first, integrated the NATO.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All of them, they became member of NATO, and then they joined the European Union. Security factor is very important. It played the major role in not helping Tunisia, for example, succeed, because we had this threat of terrorism, and we had devastating, acts of terrorism, which does not, help the country attract foreign investment, help tourism coming back, as a major, sector of the economy. And so security is an important factor of helping countries finding stability.
Well, I can tell you this. We had an interesting debate with one of the wisest members of the Atlantic Council here who didn't criticize what our equation, which is economic freedom plus political plus legal freedom, equals prosperity. But he challenged us to think differently based on his experience, which is primarily on the security side. He says, I propose that the equation should be rewritten as security plus economic freedom equals prosperity, which leads to political freedom. It's something to think about, which leads me to a question for you, Ignacio. I know you thought deeply about the three components that we are proposing as the sub-components of freedom. We're talking a lot about the relationship between freedom and prosperity. What are your thoughts on the relationship between the sub-components of freedom, economic, political, and legal?
Well, yeah, exactly. Once you, as I was saying in my presentation, once you start to dig deeper into the components of liberal democracy, then you need to think about the interactions between these components and the possible combinations of them, and how maybe you need one for the other. And these are maybe technical words, but I guess everybody can understand these concepts of substitutes or complements, that we usually use in economics, right? And I think that's crucial, because most of the indexes out there, whatever they measure, the different things they measure, they might be broader or thinner, but at the end of the day, they just mix them all together and assume that they are kind of substitutes. So for example, as I was saying before, Freedom House Freedom Index, which includes pretty much everything that we would think in a liberal democracy. They assume that all these components are substitutes. So you can improve your freedom by increasing any of these in total, right? So even if you kind of go down in rule of law, but you increase more your economic freedom, then your freedom is going up. So everything is substitutable. I think that is clearly not a good way of thinking about this. And I think the Freedom Index, especially focusing on the legal freedom part, the rule of law, that's the crucial component that you cannot think of it as a substitute of the other two. I think it's important to think about the rule of law as a precondition for the other two. And I think that's why thinking about the rule of law in purely formal terms, just whatever the law says, it actually happens, and the government abides by the law, then you can think of it as a kind of a container, right? Where you pour the other freedoms, economic freedom and political freedom. If this container is full of holes and there is no rule of law, then it doesn't matter how much economic freedom or how much political freedom you throw in, because it's going to go away. It's not going to exert the effects that you assume that, I don't know, freedom of expression is going to exert on economic growth, for example, right? And I think that's how you can actually differentiate different democracies and also autocracies, right? So as Marcus and Clara were saying before, maybe the paths are not the same for everybody. And once you have these three freedoms, once we analyze these in detail, maybe we see different paths to prosperity, and maybe they are different for rich countries than for countries that are not at their frontier and just catching up, right? So for example, you could rationalize China's experience in this way. You could think of it as first establishing the rule of law under a hard communist regime with Mao. But whatever that law was, probably horrible in substantive terms, but that was what was applied, right? There's no private property, whatever. Now, once that rule of law is established, then they start to open up in the 70s and 80s economically, only economically, so you have no political freedom. This combination leads to huge economic growth for 30 years. Now, is it sustainable in the long run, so you can extract from political freedom forever? Well, it depends on what's your growth model. If you're a catching up country, you don't need to produce ideas, because there are some other countries that are producing them and you're just taking them, right? So maybe you don't need political freedom, because clearly political freedom is linked to the production of ideas. You need to think freely and be able to propose new ideas and new ways of thinking in order to produce innovation, right? But if you're just a catching up country like China today, then you can grow for substantially long period of time just with this combination of rule of law and economic freedom. Probably you can grow faster than some other democracies that have not been able to establish the rule of law. So I don't know, you can think about a lot of Latin American countries in which on paper they are democracies, they consecrate a lot of political rights, individual rights in the constitution, but at the end of the day, the rule of law is not established. So all those freedoms are not effectively enforced, and at the end of the day, they grow poorly because there's no way of planning for the future, of assuming what's going to happen if you invest, if you study, etc., in the future. So there are a bunch of connections that once we clearly differentiate these dimensions, we can think about these interactions.
Great. Thank you. I agree. So, Clara, the last question for you. And I was in a discussion on what was the toughest element of the transition. And there was a lot of emphasis on corruption. Was that it, or were there other things that made the difference for the countries of Eastern Europe?
You know, there's a wonderful study that showcases the connection as way back as pre-modern times. Countries all over the world that had cadastre in pre-modern times are doing much better on the democratic and governance indicators now. And the reason why that is because countries and areas where rule of law, is established over a long period of time, it's not just the property rights, it's the overall cognitive structure of the society and the people in those institutions to uphold the rule of law, then that consolidates a democratic reaction, instinctive reaction. So I think corruption is not just a problem for a transitioning country. Corruption is a problem of the maturity of the democratic system and the governance system everywhere in the world. And the democratic backsliding that we're seeing nowadays, it's not necessarily a corruption of democratic system, it's a corruption of choices. Leaders' choices to step back, authoritarian choices to safeguard their interests. It's what we've heard this morning, it's deals, not ideals. So I think it's important to disentangle what the opposite of rule of law is. Is it corruption because of failed institutions and checks and balances, or is it corruption because there are some conspicuous choices made by politicians in countries where otherwise the trajectory was okay? And I would say here, based on what was already mentioned, the fact that your freedom index is very comprehensive in disentangling these factors, because it's one of the first that comprises economic freedoms alongside the other democratic freedoms that we're used to. And it's like a table, right? It needs three stools to stand. And I think this is important to understand the way forward for our societies, where rule of law is not just about governance and democratic processes, but it's also about guaranteeing market processes as well. The ethical interaction in our shared space, whether it is societal or economic. And this is, I think, the antidote to corruption nowadays. Strong institutions, but also ethical, enforceable procedures and standards.
Wonderful. Well, that would be the end of our panel discussion. Thank you all who submitted questions, both with a QR code and also online. We will take a 1-hour break for lunch here in Washington, and for the people who are connected with us remotely, we will show videos. We will show a video that we produced explaining our indexes. We'll show another video interviewing 4 people who received reform grants, and also a video from the launch of our center and our indexes at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit in June of last year. So thank you very much for this wonderful morning session, and we will resume in an hour. And thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Dan.
We all want prosperity for families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient. They argue that a strong central authority produces the best results. The new Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council, a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our inaugural 2021 Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a Freedom Index to measure economic, political, and legal freedom in 174 countries. Each freedom reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a companion prosperity index to measure income, health, the environment, treatment of minorities, and happiness in the same 174 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives a holistic view of prosperity. In the first index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: free, mostly unfree, and unfree. In the second index, we rank countries as prosperous, mostly unprosperous, and unprosperous. We have 3 main takeaways from this data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between the freedom and prosperity rankings. We show a 0.81 correlation between a country's ranking in the 2 indexes. This means high values of freedom are associated with high values of prosperity, and low values of freedom are associated with low values of prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 5 measures of prosperity. Income measures a country's domestic GDP combined with the net income of its citizens and companies abroad. Free countries are far and away the richest. Health measures the number of years a newborn infant would be expected to live at the time of her birth. People born in freer countries live substantially longer. Environment is measured through water quality. The scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Minority rights is measured through the acceptance of religious minorities. Less free countries are also less tolerant. The Citizen Happiness Indicator measures the psychological aspects of well-being. People in a prosperous society should be happy. Unsurprisingly, freer people are happier with their lives. This leads us to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. We also examined the correlation between freedom and prosperity over time. If freedom is really driving prosperity, high levels of freedom in the past would be most strongly associated with high prosperity in the present, and that is exactly what we find. North and South Korea are a prime example. Both countries were poor in the 1950s. South Korea's leaders chose free market capitalism and secure property rights, while North Korea's leaders maintained a state-planned economy. Today, Koreans living in the free South are more than 50 times wealthier than those living in the unfree North. We saw the same thing with Germany. In 1950, democratic West Germany's GDP per capita was only about 1.5 times higher than that of communist East Germany. By the reunification of Germany 4 decades later, West Germany's per capita income had grown to be 3.6 times larger than East Germany's. China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong were all poor in the 1960s. They aspired to become high-income societies, which the World Bank defined as a GNI per capita above $12,695. China alleviated poverty and achieved middle-income status, but has been caught in the middle-income trap, while Taiwan and Hong Kong have escaped it. Our third takeaway: is that autocracies generally fail to deliver prosperity for their people, while free countries succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked on the top of our freedom list, 21 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 9 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 5 are in the lowest category for our prosperity index, 23 are in the next lowest category, and just 2 in mostly prosperous category. None are in the top prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity, and we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. You can find the full index rankings along with the report on the Atlantic Council website.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities or local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their assets is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together projects at Center for Development and Enterprise Leaks aim to eliminate the deregulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship, because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, They create competition among countries to do better than each other, and two indexes help identify the areas for reform. So, for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So, for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit sectors will have useful tools and information to identify gaps that hinder prosperity, thus facilitating areas of opportunity for public policy, and understand the impact of ongoing projects, helping evaluation of effort continuity and resource allocation or reallocation.
COMEXI will affect change in Mexico by presenting, offering, and making the Mexican Prosperity Index and its report available to all sectors in Mexico and actively communicating the relevant actors how it can facilitate understanding and addressing policy gaps.
This grant will help build Center for Civil Society's capacity to undertake research and build evidence in favor of market-friendly regulatory framework that will improve public service delivery processes for both citizens and businesses.
These grants bring Burundian labor markets crucial results for creating opportunity for all people living in our country.
The Freedom and Prosperity Grant enables COMEXI to create the Mexican Prosperity Index and build a base for completing the Mexican Freedom and Prosperity Indexes in coming years.
We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
We all want prosperity for our families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient. They argue that a strong central authority produces the best results. The new Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council, a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our inaugural 2021 Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a Freedom Index to measure economic, political, and legal freedom in 174 countries. Each freedom reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a companion Prosperity Index to measure income, health, the environment, treatment of minorities, and happiness in the same 174 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives a holistic view of prosperity. In the first index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: free, mostly unfree, and unfree. In the second index, we rank countries as prosperous, mostly unprosperous, and unprosperous. We have 3 main takeaways from this data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between the freedom and prosperity rankings. We show a 0.81 correlation between a country's ranking in the 2 indexes. This means high values of freedom are associated with high values of prosperity, and low values of freedom are associated with low values of prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 5 measures of prosperity. Income measures a country's domestic GDP combined with the net income of its citizens and companies abroad. Free countries are far and away the richest. Health measures the number of years a newborn infant would be expected to live at the time of her birth. People born in freer countries live substantially longer. Environment is measured through water quality. The scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Minority rights is measured through the acceptance of religious minorities. Less free countries are also less tolerant. The Citizen Happiness Indicator measures the psychological aspects of well-being. People in a prosperous society should be happy. Unsurprisingly, freer people are happier with their lives. This leads us to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. We also examined the correlation between freedom and prosperity over time. If freedom is really driving prosperity, high levels of freedom in the past would be most strongly associated with high prosperity in the present. And that is exactly what we find. North and South Korea are a prime example. Both countries were poor in the 1950s. South Korea's leaders chose free market capitalism and secure property rights, while North Korea's leaders maintained a state-planned economy. Today, Koreans living in the free South are more than 50 times wealthier than those living in the unfree North. We saw the same thing with Germany. In 1950, democratic West Germany's GDP per capita was only about 1.5 times higher than that of communist East Germany. By the reunification of Germany 4 decades later, West Germany's per capita income had grown to be 3.6 times larger than East Germany's. China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong were all poor in the 1960s. They aspired to become high-income societies, which the World Bank defined as a GNI per capita above $12,695. China alleviated poverty and achieved middle-income status, but has been caught in the middle-income trap, while Taiwan and Hong Kong have escaped it. Our third takeaway is that autocracies generally fail to deliver prosperity for their people, while free countries succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked on the top of our freedom list, 21 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 9 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 5 are in the lowest category for our prosperity index, 23 are in the next lowest category, and just 2 in mostly prosperous category. None are in the top prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity, and we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. You can find the full index rankings along with the report on the Atlantic Council website.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their assets is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together projects at Center for Development and Enterprise Leaks aim to eliminate the deregulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, they create competition among countries to do better than each other. And two, indexes help identify the areas for reform. So for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit sectors will have useful tools and information to identify gaps that hinder prosperity, thus facilitating areas of opportunity for public policy, and understand the impact of ongoing projects, helping evaluation of effort, continuity, and resource allocation or reallocation.
COMEXI will affect change in Mexico by presenting, offering, and making the Mexican Prosperity Index and its report available to all sectors in Mexico and actively communicating the relevant actors how it can facilitate understanding and addressing policy gaps.
This grant will help build Center for Civil Society's capacity to undertake research and build evidence in favor of market-friendly regulatory framework that will improve public service delivery processes for both citizens and businesses.
These grants bring Burundian labor markets crucial results for creating opportunity for all people living in our country.
The Freedom and Prosperity Grant enables COMEXI to create the Mexican Prosperity Index and build a base for completing the Mexican Freedom and Prosperity Indexes in coming years.
We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
We all want prosperity for our families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient. They argue that a strong central authority produces the best results. The new Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our inaugural 2021 Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a freedom index to measure economic, political, and legal freedom in 174 countries. Each freedom reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a companion prosperity index to measure income, health, the environment, treatment of minorities, and happiness in the same 174 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives a holistic view of prosperity. In the first index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: free, mostly unfree, and unfree. In the second index, we rank countries as prosperous, mostly unprosperous, and unprosperous. We have 3 main takeaways from this data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between the freedom and prosperity rankings. We show a 0.81 correlation between a country's ranking in the 2 indexes. This means high values of freedom are associated with high values of prosperity, and low values of freedom are associated with low values of prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 5 measures of prosperity. Income measures a country's domestic GDP combined with the net income of its citizens and companies abroad. Free countries are far and away the richest. Health measures the number of years a newborn infant would be expected to live at the time of her birth. People born in freer countries live substantially longer. Environment is measured through water quality. The scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Minority rights is measured through the acceptance of religious minorities. Less free countries are also less tolerant. The Citizen Happiness Indicator measures the psychological aspects of well-being. People in a prosperous society should be happy. Unsurprisingly, freer people are happier with their lives. This leads us to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. We also examined the correlation between freedom and prosperity over time. If freedom is really driving prosperity, high levels of freedom in the past would be most strongly associated with high prosperity in the present, and that is exactly what we find. North and South Korea are a prime example. Both countries were poor in the 1950s. South Korea's leaders chose free market capitalism and secure property rights, while North Korea's leaders maintained a state-planned economy. Today, Koreans living in the free South are more than 50 times wealthier than those living in the unfree North. We saw the same thing with Germany. In 1950, democratic West Germany's GDP per capita was only about 1.5 times higher than that of communist East Germany. By the reunification of Germany 4 decades later, West Germany's per capita income had grown to be 3.6 times larger than East Germany's. China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong were all poor in the 1960s. They aspired to become high-income societies, which the World Bank defined as a GNI per capita above $12,695. China alleviated poverty and achieved middle-income status, but has been caught in the middle-income trap, while Taiwan and Hong Kong have escaped it. Our third takeaway is that autocracies generally fail to deliver prosperity for their people, while free countries succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked on the top of our freedom list, 21 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 9 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 5 are in the lowest category for our prosperity index, 23 are in the next lowest category, and just 2 in mostly prosperous category. None are in the top prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity, and we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. You can find the full index rankings along with the report on the Atlantic Council website.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and return their assets is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together projects at Center for Development and Enterprise Leaks aim to eliminate the regulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship, because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, they create competition among countries to do better than each other. And two, indexes help identify the areas for reform. So for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers, and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit sectors will have useful tools and information to identify gaps that hinder prosperity, thus facilitating areas of opportunity for public policy, and understand the impact of ongoing projects, helping evaluation of effort continuity and resource allocation or reallocation.
COMEXI will affect change in Mexico by presenting, offering, and making the Mexican Prosperity Index and its report available to all sectors in Mexico and actively communicating the relevant actors how it can facilitate understanding and addressing policy gaps.
This grant will help build Center for Civil Society's capacity to undertake research and build evidence in favor of market-friendly regulatory framework that will improve public service delivery processes for both citizens and businesses.
These grants bring Burundian labor markets crucial results for creating opportunity for all people living in our country.
The Freedom and Prosperity Grant enables COMEXI to create the Mexican Prosperity Index and build a base for completing the Mexican Freedom and Prosperity Indexes in coming years.
We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
We all want prosperity for our families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient. They argue that a strong central authority produces the best results. The new Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council, a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our inaugural 2021 Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a Freedom Index to measure economic, political, and legal freedom in 174 countries. Each freedom reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a companion Prosperity Index to measure income, health, the environment, treatment of minorities, and happiness in the same 174 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives a holistic view of prosperity. In the first index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: free, mostly unfree, and unfree. In the second index, we rank countries as prosperous, mostly unprosperous, and unprosperous. We have 3 main takeaways from this data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between the freedom and prosperity rankings. We show a 0.81 correlation between a country's ranking in the 2 indexes. This means high values of freedom are associated with high values of prosperity, and low values of freedom are associated with low values of prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 5 measures of prosperity. Income measures a country's domestic GDP combined with the net income of its citizens and companies abroad. Free countries are far and away the richest. Health measures the number of years a newborn infant would be expected to live at the time of her birth. People born in freer countries live substantially longer. Environment is measured through water quality. The scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Minority rights is measured through the acceptance of religious minorities. Less free countries are also less tolerant. The Citizen Happiness Indicator measures the psychological aspects of well-being. People in a prosperous society should be happy. Unsurprisingly, freer people are happier with their lives. This leads us to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. We also examined the correlation between freedom and prosperity over time. If freedom is really driving prosperity, high levels of freedom in the past would be most strongly associated with high prosperity in the present, and that is exactly what we find. North and South Korea are a prime example. Both countries were poor in the 1950s. South Korea's leaders chose free market capitalism and secure property rights, while North Korea's leaders maintained a state-planned economy. Today, Koreans living in the free South are more than 50 times wealthier than those living in the unfree North. We saw the same thing with Germany. In 1950, democratic West Germany's GDP per capita was only about 1.5 times higher than that of communist East Germany. By the reunification of Germany 4 decades later, West Germany's per capita income had grown to be 3.6 times larger than East Germany's. China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong were all poor in the 1960s. They aspired to become high-income societies, which the World Bank defined as a GNI per capita above $12,695. China alleviated poverty and achieved middle-income status, but has been caught in the middle-income trap, while Taiwan and Hong Kong have escaped it. Our third takeaway is that autocracies generally fail to deliver prosperity for their people, while free countries succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked on the top of our freedom list, 21 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 9 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 5 are in the lowest category for our prosperity index, 23 are in the next lowest category, and just 2 in mostly prosperous category. None are in the top prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity, and we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. You can find the full index rankings along with the report on the Atlantic Council website.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their asset is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together project at Center for Development and Enterprise Vigilance aim to eliminate the deregulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, They create competition among countries to do better than each other, and two indexes help identify the areas for reform. So, for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So, for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit sectors will have useful tools and information to identify gaps that hinder prosperity, thus facilitating areas of opportunity for public policy, and understand the impact of ongoing projects, helping evaluation of effort continuity and resource allocation or reallocation.
COMEXI will affect change in Mexico by presenting, offering, and making the Mexican Prosperity Index and its
welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. So just a quick reminder to scan the QR code on the screens to submit your questions. And for attendees who are joining us online, please submit your questions by following the link below the live streaming video. Now, let's start with our afternoon session and welcome our presenters who are joining us virtually. Senator Mohammed Farid is our first presenter. He's a member of the Egyptian Senate and a deputy chair for the Senate's Committee on Human Rights and Social Solidarity. Senator Farid is also a founding member of the Cairo Liberal Club. Please join me in welcoming Senator Farid.
Thank you, Yomna. It's a great pleasure and honor to be invited today among such distinguished line of speakers and audience. Today, I would like to talk to you about Egypt and try to answer the question whether is freedom really important to achieve human development? Can we move to the next slide, please? Over the years that covered by the Freedom and Prosperity Report, Egypt always been categorized, mostly unfree, mostly unprosperous. Even in 2011, when Egypt achieved its highest score on Freedom Index, it was still mostly unfree. Next slide, please. But looking at the UN Human Development Index, Egypt achieved a significant progress, going from 113th in 2011 to 97 in 2021, giving such progress took place in one of the most turbulent decades for Egypt. Next, please. As on the background of a staggering population growth, adding over 20 million newborn and deteriorating infrastructure with population concentrated in less than 7% of a 1 million kilometer, which is the area of Egypt. And at international level, instability and civil wars in almost every neighboring country, coupled with ongoing global crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and its repercussions, supply chain disruptions, and the Russian invasion to Ukraine, and general tightening of monetary policy having had its own impact, of course. Locally, Egypt also experienced two major uprisings, one in 2011 and another one in 2013, a war on terror and the rapid growth on population. Next, please. The government of Egypt began implementing economic reform to face these challenges back in 2014, including reducing the subsidies of fuel and redirecting the funds toward cash transfer programs, each more efficient. In 2016, Egypt sought the support of the IMF, and that was probably the first time since 1996 to go for the IMF, which resulted by the end of the day into a loan of $12 billion US. As part of this program, the government of Egypt was required to implement additional measures of reform, including allowing the value of Egyptian pound to float in the market and do some reform to the taxation system, introducing the value-added tax. Parallel to that, the Egyptian government intensified investment in infrastructure as well as social expenditure, implementing major development projects, whether in education, healthcare, housing, utilities, energy, you name it. Also expanded the social protection programs in order to mitigate the impact of the reforms to provide finally a decent life for Egyptians. Next, please. The result was a progress on several aspects. As you can see in the table, there was, despite the population growth of over 20%, 23%, there was an increase in the GDP, increase in the NGI per capita. So Human Development Index score went up, life expectancy at birth goes up, expected years of education, mean years of education, net enrollment rate, name it, there was a progress. So this leads us to a question. Next slide, please. Whether Freedom is truly necessary for progress on human development, and to be able to answer this question, we have to examine the macroeconomic environment of Egypt and its impact on human development, whether on education or healthcare or poverty. Next, please. Let's start by the macroeconomic environment. As mentioned earlier, since 2014, the government of Egypt undergone several reforms, which assisted by the 12 billion loan and was able to stabilize the country macroeconomy and making budget primary surplus. But despite the devaluation of the Egyptian pound took place in 2016, the government maintained unrealistic exchange rates in order to help the government to finance its expenditure by debt. And maintaining artificial exchange rates lowered the Egyptian exports' competitiveness, in addition to the pre-existing weaknesses of the Egyptian economy. Next, please. If you look here at the gray columns, it's representing the external debt to exports ratio. In 2016, it was 160%. It went up to 308% in 2021. So this can show how the situation is. Next, please. And of course, debt never comes for free. So interest payment became the single largest expenditure item, exceeding 30% in the last fiscal year, and expected to exceed 40% in the upcoming fiscal year. Next, please. And in order to be able to achieve its goals, the Egyptian government relied heavily on state interventions to drive growth, create jobs, expanding and strengthen the state-owned enterprises. This has led to restricting the economic freedom and hindering the private sector from growth. Even before the Russian invasion took place, from July 21 to February 22, the Egyptian Purchasing Manager Index for the non-oil sector averaged 48.8. And if you can see clearly the graph, you can see it had been, the private sector had been contracting for years. By July 21, the situation got even worse, and the net foreign assets for the banks, the net foreign position for the banks, turned negative in order to cover up the demand on the foreign exchange. Next, please. Then came the Russian invasion, and it was a revealing moment for the Egyptian economy weaknesses, as it brought high inflation, especially in food prices, coupled with a significant exodus of approximately $21 billion in portfolio investments. This led to a sudden drop in the reserves of foreign currency and further increased pressures on the budget. And as Margaret Thatcher once said, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money, and that was the case. So the government of Egypt had to take severe measures to prevent further deterioration of foreign currency reserves, including restrictions on imports to reduce the outflow of foreign currency. But these measures had unintended consequences and ended up creating a supply shock and disrupt the production, because the backlog of goods worth $14 billion at ports, and this ultimately led to an increase in inflation. Next, please. Adding to that, to deal with the repercussions of the Russian invasion and the high pressure on the and demand on the foreign exchange, the government of Egypt allowed another devaluation for the Egyptian pound in March with 16%, but didn't stop there, and more devaluation took place in December, and ever since there is a hemorrhage in the Egyptian pound value. Next, please. So now let's have a look at the social expenditure outcome on the other aspects of the human development. For education, Egypt has the largest pre-university education system in the region, with over 23 million students and over 1 million teachers. Managing and ensure high quality of such a system is a challenge by its own. Please, next. And despite achieving a high enrollment rates in primary schools and low dropout rates in the primary level, the class size increased from an average 43 students in 2011 to 53 students in 2020, suggesting a decline in the quality of education. The World Bank report, Learning for Poverty, estimates that 70% of the students are not able to read and understand an age-appropriate text at the age of 10. It's worth mentioning that in the year 2020, the average class size in all education levels in public schools was 48.3 students, but in private schools, it was 33.8 students. Next. Looking at healthcare, the government of Egypt achieved a significant improvement in healthcare, increased the life expectancy, reduced the under 5 child mortality rate, and combated the prevailing stunning and wasting among the children. Also, the ratio of doctors to 10,000 inhabitants increased. But next, please. Looking at the investments in the healthcare system and look at the number of beds at the hospitals in private sector and in public sector. On the left, you can see there is a decline on the number of beds in public sector hospitals, while there is an increase in the private sector hospitals. Same goes to the number of doctors and physicians working in the public sector. There is a decline and there is an increase in the private sector. Next, please. Poverty. Since the beginning of the century, in the year 2000, there was an increase in poverty rates, reaching its peak in 2018 with almost 37%, and it went down to almost 30% in 2019. And looking at the status of the households, you can see that transfers, whether cash or in kind, represent 23.7 of the national average household income. It comes as the second largest item after wages. Next, please. And now let's have a look at the expenditure of the families. Over 30% of the household expenditure goes to food, yet food subsidies make up to 7.4% of total household food consumption. And it reaches 12%, almost 12% for the lowest income households. For healthcare, half of the healthcare expenditure goes to medication, and the percentage increased to reach almost 60% in the poorest households. Yet expenditure on health services is 12.2% at the poorest and goes to 26% for the highest income. And this shows another problem when it comes to access for the healthcare services, because poor households go to pharmacies asking for diagnosis and medication. Of course, this take place with people who have limited or non-medical training. Expenditure on education is also one important sign, because in the rural areas, 36% of expenditure on education go to private tuition. And this shows a clear sign of the poor quality of education. Next, please. So the government policies and interventions and heavy investment in non-tradable activities and infrastructure had led to some improvements in standards of living and better ranking on Human Development Index scores. But as we've been discussing, the progress remained modest. Despite the improvements, the quality of services remain poor, and there are barriers to access these services. History and research gave us a very important lesson, that economic and political freedoms are prerequisite to achieve better human development. It's no surprise that countries that are on the top of Human Development Index are also the countries on the top of the Freedom of and Prosperity Indexes. Therefore, for Egypt to overcome its structural distortions and the tremendous challenges of reducing poverty and improve standards of living, there should be a well-defined limited role for the state intervention in the economy or in the economy in general, and improved governance and more efficient allocation of public resources. This will enable the growth of private sector, which will create more jobs and generate more revenue, allowing the development of healthy and skilled workers and more stable economic environment that is less vulnerable to external shocks and crises. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Farid, for the great insights on Egypt's economy. And now with our second presenter, Professor Parth Shah. Professor Shah is the founder and the president of the Center for Civil Society, one of India's leading free market think tanks, and one of our regional strategic partners. Professor Shah has published extensively in international and Indian journals. He holds a PhD in economics from Auburn University. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Shah.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak to you in this important conference on freedom and prosperity. As you can see, I'm speaking from New Delhi, India, which is really, I think, past midnight here. So I'm trying my best to stay awake. And part of that effort is for me to stand up and speak to you so that I stay focused on what I want to communicate to you. As you can see in the title, what my co-author, Mr. Prasant Narang, and I have tried to do is to think about the various components of the Freedom Index and see whether we can learn some lessons for India. I think the American audience that you have probably is quite familiar with the term American exceptionalism. We have very similar phrase in India, in the Indian exceptionalism when it comes to public policy. So most common argument that goes against any public policy reform suggestion is that India is very unique, and therefore any lesson that one can possibly learn from outside India is not really as applicable or relevant. Right? And so Prasant and I have been thinking about how can we analyze this data that we have in the two indices so that we are able to address the challenge of the Indian exceptionalism. And first thing we notice as we're debating this among us is that the rank for India for freedom on the Freedom Index is 87, while the rank for India on the Prosperity Index is 153. It's a pretty substantial difference in the ranking in the two indexes, right? And we also saw that this is one of the largest difference in the rank for almost any other country in the index. So what you see is that the relationship between freedom and prosperity probably is not as tight as it may seem, at least by looking at the ranking for India. And that also shows the Indian exceptionalism in some sense that many policy makers argue when we debate these issues in India. Right? Now, one thing that you would notice that the Prosperity Index includes 5 components. One, of course, is per capita income. Second is citizen happiness. Third is the health as measured by life expectancy. And those 3 are very common indicators of prosperity across many of these such indices that we use, whether it's the Freedom House Index or the Fraser Institute or the Wall Street Journal Index, right? But the other 2 components of the index, the environment quality and the rights of the minority, are rather unique to this particular prosperity index. And what you find is that those 2 components sort of make a huge difference in terms of the ranking on the Freedom Index versus the ranking on the Prosperity Index. Right? So in case of environment, I think as we so commonly understand, poorer countries usually do worse in environmental protection. As they become richer, obviously, there's a higher demand for environmental quality, and therefore countries begin to respond to that demand, right? But as you are growing, you actually are worsening your environmental quality, right? And there's a sort of famous environmental Kuznets curve that shows the inverse relationship between environment quality and economic growth up to a point, right? Similarly, of course, minority rights are not related to income. They are pretty much orthogonal to income, are independent variable. And therefore, you can have a high income and a lower minority rights protection or vice versa. I think those are the two variables in the prosperity index that does support the sort of presumption that there is a not as tight a relationship between freedom index and the prosperity index, and something I think that requires a little more in-depth study, as we saw in some of the presentations earlier in the morning half. Right. So what Prashant and I came up with is to figure out what's the most common denominator across the countries in the index that we can take and apply that to India to draw some lessons for India. And so what we have done, which you will see in the slide that you have on the screen, so there's a score for India on the various components. Then we took an average of the global score. So all the 174 countries which are in the index, what's the average for 174 countries on that particular parameter, right? Then we did the average of the low middle income countries. So India falls into the low middle income countries as per the World Bank definition. So we looked at the number of countries which World Bank defines as the low middle income countries, LMICs, and we took an average of that. So what's the link between the average of LMIC countries vis-a-vis India, right? And the third thing we did is to take the regional average. So Indian subcontinent has a very shared history. So South Asian countries, which are 8 in number. So what's the average for those 8 countries? So basically what we did is took a global average of the low middle income countries, which are as per the World Bank, there are 54 countries which belong to that category. And the average of the South Asia regional countries, which are 8 in number as per the World Bank. And we thought if India's score is lower compared to all 3 of them, lower than the global average, lower than the average of the low middle income countries, and lower than the average of the regional countries, then that's an area which is the lowest hanging fruit. That's the most common denominator. And we should be able to draw some lessons for India, looking at that lowest hanging fruit in that sense. And so what you see is what we have done for the 3 different parts of the freedom index, the economic freedom, political freedom, and the legal freedom, and see whether we can look at the subcomponents of these freedoms and where do we draw the lessons for India. What's on your screen is that first one, economic freedom index score. There are sort of 4 components to that, and you can see the scores of India on all 4 of them. Now, if you compare the India score on economic freedom between 2006 and 2021, the years for which we have the data in the Atlantic Index, the score has dipped by about 1.08 points, right? While the regional score has declined by 0.17% points, and the global average actually has improved by 4.59 points. So India has not done as well in the economic freedom score. Now, which components of freedom score India has done worse? So we look at that. So you see the 4 components there in the table. One is property rights, and the freedom to trade, is investment freedom, and the women's economic freedom. Right? Those are the 4 components. India actually does very poorly compared to the other 3 averages, global, low middle income, and the regional average in freedom to trade. So India does most poorly in that area, as you can see the red box there on the second column. Now, under the freedom to trade, which has also 4 sub-factors. One is tariff, rate of tariff, regulatory trade barriers, black market exchange rate, and the control of movement of capital and people. Right? So there are 4 subcomponents of the freedom to trade. And we look at those 4 subcomponents. it turns out that India does quite well in terms of regulatory, trade barriers, and the black market exchange rate, but does very poorly on the control of movement of capital and the people. Now, so that's, I think, one clear lesson that one can draw for where India can easily improve its sort of policy measures in that particular area of trade freedom, which is on the control of people and the capital. Right? Now, other area that India does very poorly is the women's economic freedom. And there, I think under that, there are, again, three sub-factors which looks at the women economic freedom. One is the mobility. Second is the pay parity between men and the women in the equal job. And the last one is entrepreneurship and assets. Now, India does very poorly in one of the subcomponents. Well, it does quite well on the equal remuneration for work of equal value. So in terms of parity, India does quite well between men and women pay. Right? Where it falls rather behind is in terms of whether women are allowed to work at par with men in night shift, meaning working at night, either in the factory or in clubs and bars, or in dangerous jobs, or in industrial jobs. So in all of those three areas, night shift, industrial jobs, and the dangerous jobs, India has very different treatment for women. And therefore, India does very poorly on the score of women's economic freedom. Again, a very important area for India to sort of focus on in terms of improving the economic freedom of the women. If you move to the next slide. So I actually gave you much of the information which is on that slide on economic freedom. Maybe you can move one more. This is where I discussed the last part, which is about the women economic freedom that we just went through. The next component that I'm focusing on is political freedom. And as you would have expected, those of you know about India and India's history, India does fairly well on political freedom and has been, I think, done well throughout the time period of the index. Now, one area where the Indian score is somewhat lower than the regional score is in this political freedom. And it turns out quite sort of an historical accident that Nepal and Bhutan, the two of the neighboring countries of India, recently abandoned their monarchies and became democracies, or at least constitutional democracies. And that certainly has changed the political freedom score of the South Asia region substantially higher. And therefore, I think India does relatively worse in comparison to the regional average in political freedom. So among the many sub-factors of political freedom, the one sub-factor that India does, I think, most poorly compared to all the three sort of averages, global average, the low middle income country average, and the regional average, is in the government officials being sanctioned for misconduct. And so that is the issue of accountability of government officers. Of course, this includes office across the three branches of government, right? The political people, as well as the people in the bureaucracy and in the judiciary. And so on terms of accountability of the government officers, India does most poorly across all the three comparative in averages. So that's the, I think, brief lesson that one can see from the political freedom angle. And the last one that Prashant and I analyzed is the legal freedom, and see what lessons we can draw for India compared to the other three averages. So in case of legal freedom, again, India does relatively well in this overall legal freedom index. Over the last 15 years, the India's sort of score has improved by 4.58 points. And this is in line with the regional legal improvement, which is 5.36. The global average, unfortunately, has improved only by 0.62. And the average for the low middle income countries has improved only by 0.54. Right? So compared to the low middle income countries and the global average, the regional average and the India's score is quite high. But if you look at the India score as an absolute number, which is 42.23, which is less than half on a scale of 1 to 100, is not really that great. And when you look at the subcomponents of the legal freedom, you also see where India is sort of falling behind. Right? So the subcomponents of the legal freedom are 5 of them. One is judicial effectiveness, the government integrity, state capacity, order and security, and regulatory effectiveness. Right? So among those 5 components, in the judicial effectiveness, India does not do as well. Now, judicial effectiveness also has 3 subcomponents: the efficient judiciary, civil justice, and criminal justice. Under civil justice, India fares very poorly on access and affordability, only 0.39 score, and from freedom from unreasonable delay in civil justice, right? So only 0.2 score for India. Under criminal justice, India fares also very poorly on effective criminal investigation system and also on timely and effective criminal adjudication system. So you can see, even though India does well compared to global and the regional average, in very specific areas, India, in the subcomponents, India does rather poorly. Right? So that's about the judicial effectiveness. In the subcomponent of the government integrity, India does very poorly on public disclosure. And the public disclosure has 2 sort of parts to it. One, whether the amount of assets and incomes are being disclosed by the government officers, and whether the sources of those amounts and incomes are also disclosed or not. So one is the value of the income, and second is the source of the income, and whether it's required by the political and the government participants to declare both of those values and sources. And India actually scores 0 on that account, while the global average is 13.77. So I think in terms of the accountability also of public officers in disclosing their income and sources of income, India does very poorly compared to all the 3 averages that I'm comparing with. Right. On the last sort of point of comparison on the legal freedom that Prashant and I looked at is order and security. India does also very poorly where people do not resort to violence, meaning people do use violence in terms of order and security, and also does very poorly on regulatory effectiveness. Right? And I think those are the 2 areas where India can do far better than what it does. So overall, I think 2 lessons to summarize what we have tried to do in this paper. And of course, many of the details would be there in the paper, which I'm not presenting in the short time period that we have. One, of course, is the tightness between the freedom score and the prosperity score. And as I pointed out, the quality of environment and the minority rights create this bit of dissonance between the 2 compared to other indices that look at the similar phenomena. And I think what we have done is to look at try to challenge the Indian exceptionalism when it comes to public policy advice and see what we can find as the lowest common denominator across the global average, the low middle income countries average, and the South Asia average, right? And see what lessons India can draw from that comparison. So that's is sort of our paper and the presentation for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for the time and attention.
Thank you, Professor Shah, for the great presentation on India's freedom landscape. Now with our third presenter, Professor Vladimir Fernandez-Maciel. Professor Maciel is the head of the McKinsey Center for Economic Freedom and a professor at the graduate program in Economics and Markets from McKinsey Presbyterian University. Professor Maciel holds a PhD in Public Administration and Government from Foundation Getulio Vargas. Please join me in welcoming Professor Maciel.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon. So our research is about explore the relationship between freedom and prosperity. So it's called Who Came First, Freedom or Prosperity, and inquire about liberty and welfare. Our team in McKinsey Center for Economic Freedom run this research. And next slide, please. And our motivation, first of all, is to explore the new index of freedom and prosperity supplied by Atlantic Council, and also to explore this opportunity to discuss the cause of prosperity and the role of freedom. So the purpose of our paper is to analyze the relationship between freedom and prosperity, inspired by the new institutionalist theory approach. Next slide, please. So our main theoretical reference is new institutionalist theory. So it is states that institutions that allows freedom, entrepreneurship, returns to labor, so institution that allows freedom and contribute to enhance the prosperity of our nation. The main authors are Douglas North, and particularly in this point of view, Acemoglu and Robson. So by theory, we have a theoretical causal relation from institutions that create freedom and freedom that enhance prosperity. Next slide, please. We did a literature review about the relation of freedom and prosperity. First of all, freedom index are measure of institutional quality. So all freedom index, as the freedom indexes calculated by Atlantic Council, are a kind of measure of institutional quality. The majority of papers that we did the literature review take only GDP per capita as the measure of prosperity. So there is only a few papers that works with another variables, but the way that Atlantic Council works, the measure of prosperity, it's a new kind of a new product, a new index. We separate the literature review in two parts. We have papers that explore the causal, the grander causality, the temporal precedence between the variables of freedom and prosperity. And we have another kind of paper that explore the causal effects. So in our paper, particularly in this research, we use the two strategies. We did causal effect analysis and grander causality analysis. Please, next slide. Freedom and prosperity index calculated by Atlantic Council are very correlated. So the idea behind our research is to explore and see which are the factors that do this the strong correlation between freedom and prosperity. Next slide, please. So first we did causal effect analysis. We ran panel models. So the best model were fixed effect estimations. So we did three estimations, or three models. The first model is the general estimation for the whole countries of the sample, where we run the prosperity index as a dependent variable, freedom index as independent variable, and human capital and technological progress as control variables. Prosperity and freedom are from the index by Atlantic Council. Human capital and technological progress are based on human capital, returns to human capital from Pan World Table. Technological progress are based on total factor productivity also by Penword table. The second model, we substitute the freedom index by its components. So instead of the freedom index, we run a regression with economic freedom, political freedom, and also legal freedom and human capital and technological progress as control variables. The third model, we estimate the elasticities by region. So we break up our sample by region, and we run a natural log of prosperity, and the natural log of freedom, and natural log of human capital. We did this very simple because when we break up and split the sample, we have very few observations, so we had to reduce the number of variables. Human capital, in this model, we adopted the IGH, the Human Development Index, the education component, as a measure of human capital. Next slide, please. So the first model, the general estimation, we can see that freedom is positively, strongly affects prosperity. So 1 point more of freedom in the index of freedom increases in 0.11 the score of prosperity. Also, human capital and total factor productivity affects positively the prosperity index. We have 2 additional control variables for this specific case, a dummy variable for the year of 2011 to 2016. Next slide, please. The model number 2, we run the components of freedom. So as you can see, total factor productivity, the technological progress, and human capital are also positive as the previous slide. And we have legal freedom, political freedom, and economic freedom. All the 3 measures of freedom are positively associated with prosperity, but only legal freedom has a statistical significantly in 10%. Next slide, please. The model 3, we run the regional estimation, so we run the elasticities. And this graph summarizes the model. So on the black line, you see the world average. Below the average, we have East Asian and Pacific. Almost on the average, Europe and Central Asia, and above and below, a little bit slightly below, Sub-Saharan Africa. And above the average, Americas, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. As you can see, Americas, Middle East, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan African present positive and statistically significant elasticities. So each 1% of increase in freedom increase prosperity in Americas, for example, in 0.5, in Middle East and North Africa, 0.36, South Asia, 0.37, and Sub-Saharan Africa, 0.174. Next slide, please. The second part of our research is to explore the temporal precedence between the variables. So we had to interpolate the data, yearly data for 2006 to 2021, because we have calculated only observations for 2006, 2011, 2016, and 2021. So we interpolate the years between these periods. The idea is to explore the granular causality for panel data. So we run prosperity is affected by prosperity 1 leg or 2 legs before, but also by freedom 1 or 2 legs or 3 legs before. And also we explore if freedom is somehow affected by itself and also by the lagged prosperity. Next slide, please. This first table presents the granular causality from prosperity to freedom. As each column of this table present the first leg, the second leg, the third, and so on. So as you can see, for the whole regions that we explore, there is grander causality from prosperity to freedom. So somehow prosperity, the leg of prosperity, one leg, two legs, etc., affects freedom. Next slide, please. And also when we explore the temporal causality, the grander causality, the temporal precedence from freedom to prosperity, we found similar results. So the leg of freedom, it says freedom in previous years affects prosperity in current year. So in the both situations, we found this bicausal result. Next slide, please. As you can see, greater the freedom, the greater the degree of prosperity of the nations on average. Among the components of the freedom stand out the statistical significance and the magnitude of the estimated coefficient for legal freedom and prosperity. So of the three components we have, legal freedom is stronger to affect prosperity. In this sample, by the way, I have to say that in this sample with this data, the magnitudes and statistical significance of the elasticities related to the freedom and prosperity differ between regions. So, for example, as we saw before, in Americas, we saw a stronger effect of freedom to prosperity, much more than sub-Saharan Africa, and much more than Europe. Europe is an average of the world, but not significant. And then the results of a grander causality test points in almost all cases to a bicausal relationship between freedom and prosperity. It says that both freedom precedes prosperity and prosperity precedes freedom. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present our research. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Professor Marcel, on the super interesting bicausal model between freedom and prosperity. And now with our fourth presenter, Professor Vanessa Robio Marquez. Professor Robio Marquez is the Associate Dean for the Extended Education for the School of Public Policy at the London School of Economics. She had a 25-year-long career in Mexico's public service, including serving as a senator and as a 3-time deputy minister. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Robio Marquez.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jomna. And I would like to thank also Dan Negri, our Senior Director, and the rest of the team from the Freedom and Prosperity Center. It is a pleasure to be here with you today and together with my co-panelists. So basically, what I did on the paper I am presenting today is I used the case of Mexico to make a point basically on two elements. First, the relevance of the Freedom and Prosperity Index to find a series of comparable elements, as we have seen here today in the cases already for Egypt and India, and more broadly on the conclusions that Vladimir reached out in terms of the correlation on freedom and prosperity. So that is a very valuable tool in order to explore freedom and prosperity being mutually determinant, but also larger elements in terms of each of the components of the index and how they interact. But moreover, what I also think is relevant is to consider that when we amplify and when we deepen with qualitative information, this index and freedom and prosperity index, we find, or we might find a lot more to what is happening in terms of the trends of particularly what is going on in a specific group of countries that have been building more and more each time in the world in relation to those characterized as mostly free and mostly prosperous, in the context of global democratic retrenchment. So this is the case that I want to present to you today. The next, please. So I use the case of Mexico to make a point, basically portrayed in this picture, which is the light part and the front part of that building would be the mostly free and the mostly prosperous categorization under the Freedom and Prosperity Index. But you will have in that picture very evident, very clear, very transparent, and very bright even picture or portrait of a characterization of a specific country. But in the back, there is something else happening that we need to learn about. So it's about history, it's about foundations, but very importantly about the current trends and what is underneath of those elements of institutional contexts in many of the countries characterized as mostly free and mostly prosperous. So finding out some features that are less evident, and I think what is happening today in Mexico is a very relevant case to portray what is happening in other places, as I mentioned, in the context of democratic retrenchment. So what is happening underneath, beyond the surface, we should be also understanding, not only in the context of democratic backsliding, but how democratic backsliding is affecting both key elements of the index. In the one hand, freedom, and in the other hand, prosperity, and the correlation between them. So since the year I used to define as the changing year in terms of this explanation of what is going on behind the index, the year I chose is 2018 in Mexico, because in 2018 in Mexico, we had a change of government, a change of regime, that is making a series of changes in terms of democratic consolidation that had been going on in Mexico. And what I portray here is the way these democratic changes and this democratic backsliding is having an effect on both freedom and prosperity. So what I want to give you in the next slide is a bit of history of the way in which several elements that constitute the multidimensional measurement of poverty have been moving since the year 2000 up until the year 2018. So what was going on in Mexico before that year, mainly prosperity-wise, in relation to the various elements of the multidimensional poverty index. So as you might know, Mexico was the first country to introduce the multidimensional measurement of poverty, which not only speaks about the threshold in terms of income. In our case, we divided into rural income and urban income, but also across a series of lack of access to social rights, which are basically food and nutrition in the first place, health, social security, housing and services to housing. And when we speak about services to housing, it's basically electricity, sewage, the construction itself of the housing, and overcrowding. So what is portrayed here in this evolution from 2000 until 2018, where the cut I make starts, is, and this is evaluated by an independent technical institution called Coneval, which is mandated by the law to do this evaluation on social policy and social policy in relation to poverty and extreme poverty in particular, and social lacks. It's basically the evolution. For instance, I will underline from 2000 until 2018, health lack in Mexico moved from 58.6% to 16.2%. So huge advance there. Still, as I always say, when you take the picture, even if in 2018, with all this positive evolution in several of the factors here, you're still speaking about millions of people that have a lack of access to a series of elements of social rights. So it's never a finished task. You always, as the SDGs motto mentioned, you should leave no one behind, and until those numbers are very much reduced and inequalities in the access to these social services is reduced at large, then we can speak about a change of structural panorama. But these changes are relevant. So health moved again from 58.6 to 16.2% in this period, 2000-2018, but also, for instance, sewage, one of the services to housing, moved from a lack of 40% of the population to a lack of 6.3% of the population. And another one that I would like to highlight from that chart is basically electricity. So the lack of electricity in Mexico in the year 2000 affected 13% of the population, and then by 2018 it was 0.4%. So this is part of the measurement of the multidimensional measurement of poverty in Mexico that is portrayed in the study, but basically is taking into account the evolution in terms of access to social rights and access to a series of social elements and social services that put us now in the moment where I situate the working paper, which is the change of government in 2018. So next one, please. So what happened here is that, of course, there was not everything, not all the problems were solved up until 2018. There were basically elements in relation to corruption scandals, to huge inequalities yet in the country, and a culture of privilege. All of these three elements were basically the reason why many voters decided to change the regime, to give their vote by a landslide to the current president. But what we also need to take stock of is that there were a series of other evolutions in terms of freedom and prosperity that could actually, it was easily, we could easily characterize Mexico up to 2018 as a mostly free, mostly prosperous country. But then the change came into 2018, and where there were high expectations, perhaps more in the terms of prosperity and the reduction of poverty and the poor having a voice and being able to move out of this circumstance, where a series of changes took place that have us in the current circumstance that I think is worth noting and is worth giving further analysis in terms of the nuances, in terms of the elements behind the index today, that not only take a picture of the current state of the situation in a certain country, but what is building behind it and what features we can identify, especially in terms of institutional deterioration and institutional weakening, as in the context of democratic retrenchment, that is having very specific effects on the freedom elements and the prosperity elements in the country as a whole. No, so next one, please. So what I look into in detail in terms of the paper is into 6 elements. First of all, the great uncertainty that has been created in terms of private sector certainty and private sector participation in the economy, and that being a determinant of investment, and that being a determinant of growth creation, and that being a determinant of the lack of economic growth in the country. Whereas prior to 2018, the average growth in the last 6 years was 2.3%. We're basically reaching almost no growth since that time. Of course, we had the COVID crisis in 2020 and 2021, but still, even before that, the first year of results, 2019, there was a reduction in growth of minus 0.2%. So one of the elements behind this effect on growth, and growth being quite linked, and growth being a prerequisite for prosperity and for a better distribution of resources in an economy, basically there was one decision that had an initial effect on this investment retrenchment in Mexico, and that was the cancellation of the largest infrastructure project in the country, which was the airport, the international airport, that would of course would bring not only tourism and business and exponential benefits for development in a country which is the 15th largest economy in the world out of 194 countries. So this meant, the cancellation of this project meant a lost opportunity. The costs of that cancellation have been estimated in $6.6 billion, but they also reach, in terms of reputational costs and of course the counterfactual scenario, you can easily go to double that, so around $12 billion US dollars in terms of costs for that cancellation. But as I was mentioning, it was also a reputational cost that has been taking a hit on basically fixed gross investment in Mexico that has been significantly reduced. And also in the context of these geopolitical trends of nearshoring, friendshoring, ally-shoring, and Mexico being the second largest trading partner of the United States, what there is a missed opportunity to create more growth, more prosperity, better jobs in the economy. But this was just the beginning of a series of policies in relation to the reaction of the government vis-a-vis the private sector and the environment in Mexico in relation to welcoming and giving assurances and giving certainty to the private sector in terms of investment. No, so we have thus not been able to reap the benefits of this new context of the nearshoring processes that is taking in the world, or not in the magnitude that we could have been doing that in the last few years. No, the second element that I wanted to underline is basically the capture of institutions, and the capture of institutions that has been taking place in this context is basically in the first hand, it's the budgetary constraints. So how do you capture an institution when you are not in favor of independent institutions, of technical institutions, of autonomous institutions? You basically cut their budget, no? In the context of a narrative of austerity, particularly due to COVID crisis and what came afterward, the subsequent context. But it's basically in the first hand, the reduction of a budget for those institutions. Then the next one is how do you interfere with the decision-making process of those institutions? By appointing lawyers to the decision-making bodies, which basically affect the governance of those institutions and which imply also a significant hit to the independence and to the otherwise checks and balances in terms of technical institutions and autonomous institutions in the country, not only those, for instance, that determine elements as economic competition, but also those who regulate, for instance, the energy sector. No, so that's another element that we have also had in the past. And in relation to this, also we have basically also been experiencing a series of attacks to the other two powers. No, the other two powers being the legislative and the judiciary. No, that have been taking a toll in terms of the freedom in the country, but also the checks and balances, the very relevant democratic checks and balances that are in place constitutionally, but that in practice have been shattered by this new feature of the Mexican political system. Another element that I would point in terms of democratic retrenchment and the way this has affected Mexico in many ways in the current administration, it's basically the militarization of otherwise civil activities in the country. So you will find now the army taking care of public security, customs, infrastructure building, operation of an airport, building an oil refinery, building and equipping social banks, and most recently, even in charge of the security of Mexico City underground. And just to give you an order of magnitude, 6,000 elements of the army were recently deployed to be in charge of the security of the metro, of the Mexico City's underground. When you have specific states in Mexico with huge challenges in terms of security, mainly derived from organized crime, that have less than 5,000 elements of the military of the army. So again, it's another trend, another feature that in terms of the picture that I showed to you at the beginning, it's behind the elements, and sometimes they're hidden elements that in the one hand you might see that according to a series of indicators, you can do the checklist and see that they are fulfilling the freedom thresholds. But when you do a deeper qualitative analysis, there is a trend that is building in terms of weakening those institutions and weakening the rule of law and weakening democratic checks and balances, which are essential elements of freedom, and of course determine the degree of prosperity of a country. And also there has been another element which has been in relation to freedom of expression. And that is a permanent attack in the rhetoric, but also in the daily press conferences from the presidential daily press conferences, that basically directly attack media representatives, private sector representatives, civil society, academia, and opposition leaders from the highest pulpit in the country, which is the executive daily conferences. So this is also an element that again is building up against freedom of expression, and we should complement the index with this qualitative data and analysis that is worth looking as a trend, no? And basically, and with this I will end, because I think I am over the 15 minutes already, but it's basically pure and simple bad policy as a result of engaging not from a rigorous information and rigorous planning, but rather ideology and preconceptions and biases and magical thinking that is basically one of the characteristics of populistic leaders, of authoritarian regimes, of autocratic regimes. And again, I think that all of the elements that are portrayed and analyzed in the paper that I present today is a form of understanding the nuances and a form of understanding additional qualitative information in terms of, in this case, this democratic retrenchment trend that is being experienced in Mexico, but is also being experienced in the larger context of polarization, populism, and democratic retrenchment in several parts of the world. So I wanted to give a different view, a different perspective on a series of qualitative data that are very relevant to see if we want to create an early warning system as to when a country might change in terms of status, being in this case mostly free and mostly prosperous, but sometimes with a question mark in terms of the trend in which this is heading. So with this, I end, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Vanessa Roby Marquez, on such an insightful presentation on Mexico's mostly free, mostly prosperous status quo. Last but not least, I present to you our final presenter, Professor Ben Powell. Professor Powell teaches economics at Texas Tech University and is the executive director of the Free Market Institute. Professor Powell holds a PhD in sociology from George Mason University. Please join me in welcoming Professor Powell.
All right, thank you. It's good to be with you, though I wish I were there in person, and that's mostly because as a DC think tank event, I assume there's some cocktail hour at the end of this for the in-person attendees that I'm going to be missing out on, but I just realized maybe I can do that virtually too by running up a bar tab here in Lubbock and sending my receipt to the Atlantic Council and seeing if Dan approves it. Regardless of how that works out, what I'm here to do is talk to you today about the causal relationship between economic freedom and prosperity. And this is joint work with two of my colleagues here at Texas Tech, Jamie Pavlik and Andrew Young, all three of whom are economists, by the way, not sociologists. Next slide, please. So we kind of frame our chapter we wrote for the book with Adam Smith on both the front and the back of it, or as my friend Deirdre McCloskey refers to him, the blessed Adam Smith. So Adam Smith, nearly 250 years ago, wrote, "Little else is requisite to carry a state to the highest degree of opulence from the lowest barbarism, but peace, easy taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice. All the rest being brought about by the natural course of things." Or in other words, economic freedom. Next slide, please. So here's what we do. We set out to establish a causal relationship, not just a correlation, between economic freedom and prosperity. And obviously using the Atlantic Council's new index of economic freedom, which, as you've heard in previous talks, has four main areas of property rights, trade freedom, investment freedom, and women's economic freedoms. And the way we're going to go about this is first, we're going to consider, at least briefly, some economic theory, because when people point out statistical correlations, they'll say, yes, but that doesn't establish a causation. Well, we have economics, and economic science is about theory that talks about directions of causation. So it's at least worth thinking about to start with. How do the various components of this index, in theory, how would they translate into prosperity? So we'll do that first, and then we'll look at data analysis, establishing some correlations, but then using modern matching methods to establish causal empirical connections between this new measure of economic freedom and measures of prosperity. Next slide, please. So first, in theory, let's take each one of these four main subcomponent areas. First, property rights. These are the bedrock of any market economy. We need notions of mine and thine before we can have exchange. And how property rights vary between countries, they're not an all or nothing, a one or a zero. They vary in their degree of completeness and their degree of security. So when we think about more complete property rights, we're thinking about bundles of rights of things that you can do with what you have private property and what you own. So you could have use rights, ways to use the property in many ways that you see fit. You have exclusion rights, the ability to exclude others from using your rightful property. Then you have transfer rights, the ability to transfer it to others on mutually agreeable terms, including market exchanges for mutually agreed upon prices. And even in a relatively free country with relatively complete property rights like the United States, these things vary and are incomplete on many margins. I mean, at its most basic level, we own ourselves and our own body, and we can use it how we see fit in lots of ways, but not always. For instance, trading your body for sex is prohibited in the United States. That's one limitation on it. Or thinking about ownership of your body in terms of your organs, I can alienate, I can give away a kidney, but I cannot sell it for market exchange. So the transfer rights, the terms of the exchange for that are limited. Or for that matter, our labor, alienating our labor, we're allowed to do it, but only for prices that the government allows. So we have minimum wages that prevent some transactions. So we have relatively complete property rights in the United States, but there's lots of margins where you could think about different types of property in the United States where the government puts prohibitions or limitations on the types of exchanges or uses you can put it to. But we also vary across countries in the security. Regardless of how complete the property rights are, they can be more or less secure. If you cannot defend them from criminals invading your property or using it for themselves, or for that matter, the government through nationalizations, through regulations, through things like eminent domain, if we're thinking about real property, of taking your property and using it for themselves. So the more complete and the more secure property rights are, the more functional your market economy is going to be in generating the prices that show the real scarcity of resources. When we don't have complete property rights, then prices don't reflect the real scarcity, and we don't communicate the right information and incentives to entrepreneurs to mobilize that property for highest uses. For example, one thing that I mentioned earlier was kidneys. I'm talking to a room full of people, most of whom have 2 functioning kidneys. Yet there are many people on a wait list in the United States who value one functioning kidney probably much higher than many of you in the room do value your second functioning kidney. But because we don't have complete property rights in that, we're not allowed to exchange them for money, which doesn't generate prices that incentivize people to then put their kidneys on the market. Love ain't enough. We need some more incentives there too. So prices are the indicator of relative scarcity, and they're the byproduct of property rights in market exchange. So as we have more complete and more secure property rights, we're going to have better incentives to maintain our resources. We're going to incentivize entrepreneurs to come up with ways to mobilize those resources and transfer them to the people who place the highest values on them. And that this process has to be continually rediscovered in a market economy. So over time, we would expect places with more complete, more secure property rights to generate higher levels of economic prosperity. Trade freedom, similarly, as we have greater amount of exports, we're able to expand domestic production. We can lower our fixed cost per unit across more units, creating greater prosperity. Meanwhile, imports bring us the raw materials, the components, the intermediate goods that go into our production processes. And when they can be produced more cheaply abroad, they allow us to produce more here domestically, which then would generate more prosperity. Furthermore, trade freedom integrates your domestic economy into the global one, so that prices reflect the real relative scarcities across countries, so that you don't waste resources making stuff at home that you could be doing abroad. Take a look at a country like Cuba that is not well integrated into the global market economy. Go there and there's a theme. It's opposite of the old TV show. It's called The Price is Wrong. The prices don't reflect global relative scarcities in Cuba because they're not well integrated into the market economy. And these trade restrictions are ultimately really a restriction on property rights, as they limit the way in which you can make transfers with people made who happen to be born across lines that politicians drew on maps that demarcate different countries. Next slide, please. So continuing with this, then investment freedom. This is just allowing property rights in capital creation. So this is how we create the capital that makes us prosperous. It provides prices that guide the entrepreneurs to tell them what capital to create, which business lines to put it into, in order to generate the greatest amount of prosperity. It's essential for long-run economic planning, another form of property rights. Finally, women's economic freedom. Well, listen, roughly half the population of most countries is women. Julian Simon long ago pointed out that humans are the ultimate resource. It's our creativity that creates prosperity. It's our human ingenuity. There are no natural resources without humans. There's just nature. It's human ingenuity that turns them into resources. And these things have to be discovered. And if women don't have the same economic freedom as men, you're taking roughly half the population and stifling the knowledge discovery process that they're capable of generating that would make us more prosperous. So I think we have good theoretical reasons to think that there should be some causation running from greater economic freedoms as measured by the Atlantic Council Index to prosperity. Next slide, please. So now we're going to investigate an empirical approach using the Freedom Index. And we use this rather than the other two parts of the index for a couple reasons. One, I think actually the theoretical connection in direction of causation from freedoms to prosperity is stronger from the economic one, although not absent from the other two, but just stronger for the economic one. And two, time period of analysis, the economic freedom is able to vary more over this 20-year time horizon we have, and the manifestation of its effects is able to come into play a little bit quicker than some of those other areas. So we're limited by the data that we have. This is a new index, which is great for 2021. And thankfully, the Atlantic Council went in 5-year increments 20 years back, backdating it so that we have more to deal with here to establish this relationship. So we're going to look at both GDP per capita as a measure of prosperity, and also in one instance, the new prosperity index. And then I'll talk when we get into matching methods of why we can't do that in the second case. And we're going to first look at correlations of the levels and then the causal relationship. And I'll try to keep this fairly intuitive for us. Next slide, please. So this is looking at simple regression results, ordinary least squares, of relationship between economic freedom and measures of prosperity. In the first column, using the new prosperity index, and in the second column, using GDP per capita. And we put in lagged values for the other things that we also think would affect prosperity, either measured by the index or by GDP per capita, such as human capital, level of investment, government expenditures as a percent of GDP, its exports, the polity index, inflation, and we have controls for which year of those 4 years that we're in there too, for any unique factors, say like in 2021, the effects of COVID being in there. And what we established between levels of economic freedom and levels of prosperity is a strong correlation. And this has been found in other work that the Atlantic Council itself has published with its index. But the reason we're doing this here first in our chapter before moving on to the matching is so that we can see, look, the relationship there with the prosperity index when we do levels, we're also finding it similarly with GDP per capita. I'll put these into, so by the way, every statistics or economic students knows you see asterisks, that means statistical significance. More asterisks, more statistical significance. And then the numbers in front of those are the magnitude of the coefficients, which I'll interpret for you in the more meaningful ones in just a moment. But what we're finding here is both the prosperity index and the GDP per capita is tied to levels of economic freedom. To put that into quantitative terms for you, next slide, please. So one standard deviation in economic freedom in this index is about 17 points. Well, that's a massive difference in GDP per capita. Being 17 points higher than another country gets you about 1/3 higher GDP per capita. Now, in terms of thinking about reforms, it's going to be very unlikely that any country makes a 17-point jump in one of these 5-year periods. The standard or the average change over the 5-year period is about 1.5 points in economic freedom. Well, using these same regressions, we can translate that into wealth. And it's about 3% higher. It's 3 percentage points higher GDP per capita, a fairly significant magnitude of effect. Now, we all know correlation is not causation, and that there's limitations to these regression results. One, you're treating all countries the same when interpreting these. So the same movement in a high freedom country like the US and a low freedom country like Congo is interpreted and given the same weights. It interprets the change in freedom regardless of where it is on the scale the same, as in if you started with 0 freedom and moved to 10, that would be treated mathematically equivalent to being at 90 and moving to 100. But there's good reasons to think that that's probably not true. It might well be if you have no economic freedom, getting 10 out of 100 points doesn't do much for you because you're still a mess almost across the board. And it also could be that if you have 90% of the index's economic freedom, getting that last 10% might not give you much extra either because you're most of the way there. Where that sweet spot in the middle could vary, but either way, it's probably not a linear relationship as would be assumed by that model. So next slide, please. What the kind of more innovative thing in our chapter that we do is we use what's called matching methods, which is one of the newer techniques in empirical economics to establish causation or an empirical causal relationship. And for this, what we're going to do, instead of levels, we're going to look at changes. So how does a 5-year change in freedom impact growth the next 5 years? So it's not happening contemporaneously. Now, we can't do this with the prosperity index. We're going to do it with GDP per capita. And the reason why, the prosperity index, I think, is good. It's a good long-term measure of well-being. But some of its components just aren't going to be very sensitive over any 5-year period to changing very much. Like, make a big change in freedom and your economic processes can changing, but measuring things like health as measured by life expectancy. Well, you might be changing the capital in the medical industry and stuff, and you're getting better, more nutritious food. But for all of this to build up and take its effect in terms of life expectancy, that's going to be a much longer term process, certainly not 5 years. Ditto probably for environment when we're looking at clean water and things like that. So that's partly why we did those correlations first, is to say, hey, prosperity index and GDP per capita, both of them have this relationship. Now, when we get into the causal stuff for shorter periods and changes, we're going to be able to do this with just GDP per capita. So intuitively, here's how matching methods work. Instead of comparing all countries with each other, what we're going to do is we're going to identify countries that have made a big jump. So a jump in economic freedom, and we're going to match them to other countries that would be otherwise identical, but didn't make that same jump. So basically, make this intuitive. So in 2006, one of these countries that would be making the jump is the Republic of Georgia. Now, you can't compare that to a country like the United States and say, well, how did Georgia's jump in economic freedom create growth for them compared to the US? Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to look at countries that 5 years prior looked a lot like Georgia in terms of their economic freedom, their political freedom, their starting GDP per capita, the human capital, all those other controls that we had in there before. And we call these things nearest neighbors. And we're going to compare each one of these countries that makes a jump to the country in the world that was most like them across all those other margins, then an average of the 2 countries that were most like them across those margins. Then we'll compare them to 3 countries and 4 countries averages that were most like them. And how we're going to define our jumps here is 3.5-point increase in economic freedom. So a little bit more than twice what the average increase was. So we're not looking for just little small tweaks here. We're saying, hey, if you make some reforms and significantly improve economic freedom, does that translate into growth? And doing it at twice the average gets you 91 cases. So there's 91 countries that made a jump, or 91 country time pairs where a jump that big happened. And then we're also going to say, how about a really big change? How about a 7-point change? So twice that. And then we're going to have 29 cases where there was a jump that big that we can evaluate. So next slide, please. So the top one of these two tables is the first one, a 3.5 jump. And where you see the top horizontal row across there, that's nearest neighbors of the 1 most like it, the 2 most like it, the 3 most like it, and the 4 most like it. And we're looking to see how did the jump in freedom impact GDP growth compared to them. And in all of these cases, the coefficients are positive, indicating GDP growth was bigger in the country that jumped in economic freedom. Now, just to there's a trade-off, of course, by the way, and this is why you do it for a few groups of nearest neighbors. And that's that, the nearest neighbor, that's the country most like them. But of course, if there was any one idiosyncratic shock in whoever that country happens to be, well, then you might not be picking up the true relationship. Go to 2, and now you average it out, you start to get rid of those idiosyncratic shocks, but at the expense of the average being less exactly like the country you're analyzing. Ditto on out to 4. Well, what do you see then? You see the asterisks start appearing once we get rid of idiosyncratic shocks. The 2 most near neighbors, 10% statistical significance, and then up to 95 on the 3rd and the 4th. Drop down to the bottom, and I'll again give you magnitudes in just 1 second to interpret these. Drop down to the bottom, these are your bigger jumps in freedom, the 7-point jumps. And again, you get the same thing. Once you iron out idiosyncratic shocks by getting averages of 2, 3, and 4 neighbors, you find significance at the 1% level, along with positive coefficients indicating greater growth. And these are significant in magnitude. Next slide, please. So quantifying this, so when we compare them to only like countries, when we do this matching and hold the other characteristics constant, so what we're really trying to pick up on is what's the effect of just this change in economic freedom when we compare it to otherwise similar places that didn't get this. 3.5-point increase in economic freedom is associated with an increase in GDP levels over a 5-year period of 6 to 8 percentage points, depending which one of those nearest neighbor ones you look at. A significant increase in prosperity, I would say. And now a 7-point increase, a bigger economic reform, translates into even greater prosperity, nearly 10 to 15 percentage points higher in terms of GDP per capita at the conclusion of a 5-year period. This is signaling a strong and meaningful, large causal relationship between economic freedom and GDP per capita, or prosperity. Next slide, please. So wrapping up, what I'd say is theory, correlation, causal inference. These all indicate the same thing, that economic freedom is an important determinant of prosperity, or in other words, the blessed Adam Smith was right. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Powell, for such an interesting presentation on the relationship between economic freedom and prosperity using matching methods. Now I would like to present our panel discussion moderated by Joseph Lemoine, who is our Deputy Director of the Freedom and Prosperity Center.
Thank you, Yumna. It's been quite a day. We went on a journey through time, looking at the historical trends of freedom and prosperity, and a journey around the world, thanks to our great panelists today. Thanks to all of them that presented today. This last segment that would end this conference is the opportunity to answer some of the questions that you submitted online and in this room. So thanks to everybody that submitted questions. I am back here with our presenters from this afternoon, and let's jump right in. My first question goes to Professor Rubio Marquez. So you discussed the limitations of the freedom and prosperity indexes, and you provided us with a great list of red flags that apply to Mexico that indicates that the country might be in trouble on some metrics. Do you think that these red flags are transferable to other countries? Could we imagine creating an index just for that? Because you know we like new research ideas in the Freedom and Prosperity Standard. Or do you think that the whole point is that context matters?
Thank you, Joseph. And I think I would say that although context matters and although contextual elements are key, I think there is something to be derived as a possible future adaptation or consideration, at least to an aspect of the way the Freedom and Prosperity Index can look into the future. As I said, I think that there's an element in terms of perhaps being able for it to be more forward-looking. So not only taking a picture of the way the country is now, and the way the country looks at this point in time, in terms of all the elements and the components that my colleagues here have discussed at large that conform the index in both the freedom part and the prosperity part, but how we can create a sort of early warning system. So like a flag, whenever you have evidence, you have information, and you have contextual evidence, and of course analytical evidence, that the country is having a series of changes into the elements of either the freedom or the prosperity component that is making us think that a new different scenario and a new different categorization is coming to the future. So that can be for the upside, and that can also be for the downside. There's elements that you discussed this morning in relation to technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning. What elements, for instance, I'm thinking we can incorporate in order to be able to identify or to create this early warning system in order for the Freedom and Prosperity Index in the future. And I don't like to say, talk about limitations. I think there was wide discussion on the robustness of the Freedom and Prosperity Index today, but you can have also additional elements and areas of opportunity to see it as a different tool, not only as an analytical and the key analytical tool that it is today in order to compare different latitudes and to compare the country within itself in different evolution of these, the evolution of several elements to this index and its components, but also an early warning system of how the index might be looking in the coming months, how the index might be looking in the coming years, according to these features that we can identify in an early way and an early manner. And with this, I conclude, I do think that there is a space to do something like this for the index, and that is not only privative to Mexico. Of course, context matters, but it's basically a trend worldwide. And this is speaking about the dynamism of this index, I think incorporating an element of dynamism and an early warning system for the future would be key for a key and a very valuable tool for the analysis and for decision making, and for something that the Atlantic Council is concentrated on, which is advocacy.
Thank you, Professor, for these valuable insights. One of the things on your list was the uncertainty of investments. So now I turn to Professor Shaw. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think India has been struggling to attract stable level of foreign direct investments. First of all, do you agree with that? But also, I know that you went deep in your analysis of the freedom and prosperity indexes. Was there anything in there that pointed you to the root cause of this struggle?
I mean, a couple of very clear things which are in the index that point to the challenge that India is facing in attracting foreign direct investment. One, I think I discussed specifically in my presentation, which was on the capital control and freedom of movement of the people. Right? So both are, of course, very important components of attracting foreign investment. And I think on both of those areas, India actually has a score of 0. So I think it quite clearly links the challenges India is facing in attracting FDI. I think secondly, the discussion I had about the legal freedom component, right, where the enforcement of contract is rather poor.
I think the classic example that some of you probably already know, but a telecom company, Vodafone, was penalized retrospectively by a change in a tax policy. And company pretty much went bankrupt by just one single change. And I think that created a huge uproar in the international investment community about the unpredictability of legal rules, and particularly in this case was the tax policy of the government of India. Right? I think you can see some of those variations also in the legal freedom component and the subcomponents, some of which I discussed in the presentation. I think there's a good sort of building on the previous point about being able to predict what would happen once some of these changes happen in the components of the index. It tells you that if you regress on some of this legal freedom component on the capital movement and people of movement, then you would have direct impact on attracting FDI.
Thank you. Another theme that came up multiple times today is the importance of security and stability as foundations for a prosperity agenda. I turn to you, Senator Fareed. I know the United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken just was in Egypt to work on the strategic partnership on the regional security. So I wanted to ask you your views on that and how important is stability in the region for Egypt's own prosperity and Egypt's own freedom agenda, and how much do you think maybe this lack of stability has been hurting the country in the past years? I don't think I can hear you here, so maybe there's an issue with.
Sorry, it's my bad now. Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry, I was muted. Well, again, thank you for your question. The stability in the region is extremely important for a country like Egypt. You know, geographically, Egypt is on the corner of the continent per se, and it's surrounded with many countries suffering from instability. Egypt itself, you know, have been affected with that, causing a lot of border infiltration by Islamic terrorist groups from one side, border smuggling military-grade weapons across the borders, trafficking in human, and this was a major issue, you know, being a transition country for trafficking in persons to Europe, and also a transition country when it comes to smuggling military-grade weapons to Islamic terrorists, whether in Sinai or they can use it in the Palestinian territories and increase the instability and clashes between Israel and the Palestinians. So this is from one aspect. The other aspect, it's about the Egyptian workers who work in Libya and also in Gulf areas. So with instability in these regions led to thousands of Egyptian workers going back home to Egypt, you know, in a very difficult time, because by that time, I mean, the past decade, Egypt itself was suffering from instability due to two revolutionary waves and severe wave of terrorism, you know, targeting the Coptic minorities and tourists. Thirdly, which is more important, that the Suez Canal and having instability like the war taking place in Yemen, you know, and threats going on the Red Sea will definitely affect the global trade and, of course, the passage of this canal. So the four major foreign currency resources for Egypt are the exports, and as you remember during the presentation, we showed that the competitiveness of the exports are not as good as it is due to the government interventions from one side and artificial exchange rates. Adding to that, tourism, and this is also impacted badly due to the lack of stability, but this time globally, because majority of the tourists visiting Egypt come from Ukraine and Russia. Thirdly is the Suez Canal, which is, of course, would, in case of any escalation in the Red Sea, it would be negatively impacted. And finally, the remittance from the Egyptian expats working in Gulf and other neighboring countries. So this instability in these countries would definitely impact this area. This is from one side. The other thing that when it comes to regional cooperation, for example, there is a regional cooperation model that I found it very interesting, which is the Qualified Industrial Zones, or the QIZ. It's a cooperation, regional cooperation between Egypt and Israel and Jordan and Israel too. And via this framework, the goods manufactured in both countries can enter the United States markets with a preferential duty and customs rate. So there's also one important thing that would be impacted negatively if there is instability in the region.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So if you're in this line of work, if you do any research, you hear quite often that correlation is not causation. So I'm very excited that this afternoon, two of our presenters use our indexes to look into actual causal links. So I wanted to go back to these two studies and maybe discuss how they have a different approach and what would be the policy implications of those results. So first I turn to Professor Maciel. Can you tell us a little bit more what a bi-causal relationship means? Because, you know, in the policy, we tend to say that it goes either from freedom to prosperity or from prosperity to freedom. And some people talk about a feedback loop. So is that what a bi-causal relationship means?
A bi-causal relationship is that in terms of temporal precedence, freedom or increase in freedom precedes prosperity, and increase in prosperity precedes increase in freedom, in a way that we have some kind of virtual circle. So if you have any shock, for example, in terms of theoretical relation from freedom to prosperity, so any shock in any institution that increases freedom, these tend to increase prosperity, and the environment, the new environment of prosperity can enhance new policies of freedom. So this is the idea of the causal relation. So we have this in the short period of time, 2006 to 2021. I have to say that in this period we found this result. So we have also vicious circle. So bad institutions, low economic freedom, low prosperity, that can help to decrease economic freedom and so on by in temporal precedence. So in terms of public policy, we have to say that institutional change, institutional shock, for example, Professor Ben Powell told about Georgia that did this. So these tend to increase prosperity, and the increase in prosperity can increase a little bit more freedom policies. So this is the idea. If you have this institutional break, or institutional shock, you can enter in a virtual circle.
Thank you. Well, Professor Powell, in your research, you focused on economic freedom, and you found a causal effect from economic freedom to prosperity. to remind our audience, the Freedom Index of the Atlantic Council measures 3 things: economic freedom, political freedom, and legal freedom. So in your opinion, is it that economic freedom should go first? Is it that the other 2 are less important? Do they come after? What would be the policy consequences of those findings?
All right, cool. Well, let me put this 2 different ways first. So I'll relate it first to what my friend and colleague Vlad was saying, and he was very careful in his remarks. So Granger causality kind of has a misnomer. It doesn't really establish causal. Vlad multiple times said temporal. It's about what comes first. So that doesn't necessarily tell you that the prosperity then causes freedom. It just says that there's a sequence of timing where that also occurs. Whereas what I was trying to get at with matching or other modern methods like synthetic controls is building the counterfactual where everything is the same except the change in freedom, which then allows you to isolate the cause. It's essentially trying to create a world where you have lots of comparisons as good as North and South Korea, where one adopts capitalism and one adopts socialism, which allows you to say something more causal. Fortunately, we don't have a world with many North Koreas to compare their counterparts to. With your other question, I think, so there's been decades of research of various freedom indexes of polity freedom, political freedoms, legal freedoms, economic freedoms. And I'm not saying that, so I think the theoretical connection from economic freedoms to better economic coordination that has measured prosperity is much stronger than the other ones. But that said, the correlation among these things is very tight. So places that are economically free tend to be politically free and vice versa. If you think of it as quadrants of political and economic freedom, you get clusters of countries that are free and free, unfree and unfree, but those off diagonals are kind of weird. Occasionally you get places like a Hong Kong or a Singapore that doesn't have great political freedoms, but has high economic freedoms and is stable. The other off diagonal is very unusual, the so-called democratic socialism, where you have good political freedoms, but not economic freedoms. That's the unicorn. That's not out there when they do pop up, which remember, Venezuela was democratic when Chavez first came to power. Pretty soon its political freedoms go away and you end up with unfree. So I think that was the reason why we focused on the economic freedom part of it. But that doesn't mean that these other ones aren't important for other things that aren't necessarily prosperity. And it also doesn't mean that it's not correlated, that by getting greater economic freedoms, you tend to create processes that generate greater political freedoms in other areas. And those are important for a variety of reasons, whether they raise life expectancy or per capita GDP or not.
Thank you for clarifying for those here that don't have a PhD yet, I guess. I go back to Senator Farid. There was a question for you, because you mentioned human capital quite a bit in your presentation and misallocation of public investments. So do you think that those investments would have been well placed on human capital than on big infrastructure and non-tradables like you mentioned? And how do you think, how important is strong human capital for Egypt's prosperity agenda?
Well, let's differentiate between 2 things. The investments in the infrastructure, it's important. Investments in power and utilities are important. Investments in housing are important, but the question, it's not about its importance. The question is who gonna execute it and who gonna invest it. When you depend highly on the public sector, on the state-owned enterprises, which are usually inefficient entities and usually have a very complex relation between financial relation with the treasury itself. For example, in the last year's budget, the relation between the public economic authorities, which are sort of state-owned enterprises, with the treasury was negative with 167 billion Egyptian pounds. To put it in context, this is almost 120% more the allocation for entire subsidies, including food subsidies, cash transfers, baby formula, medication, and so on. So this is an inefficient way of allocating resources. But if you allow the private sector to do its job, be the job creator, to put the flexible legal framework to allow the private sector to thrive and reduce the cost of compliance in taxation or legal compliance in general, you will unlock the potential, and you let the market thrive and jobs to be created, and you can absorb the unemployment in a more efficient way than allocating these resources via the state-owned enterprises. On the other hand, you will have more fiscal space as a government to allocate these resources to develop the human capital. In a country like Egypt, with a population exceeding 104 million person, the majority of this population are young people. I guess almost 60% or something like that, under 30. So there are a lot of requirements on the human capital expenditure when it comes to education, and not just offering the service. Yes, we have a very high enrollment rate in the schools, but still about the education quality itself, we have a very dense public schools. The same goes to the healthcare. Yes, there is progress taking place, but again, when it comes to the quality, there is a problem with the quality, and there are barriers, offering a higher quality services. So what we need is simply to put a well-defined role for the state when it comes to the economy, and to set a model where the government enhance and work on improving the investment climate, reduce the legal barriers and executive barriers, the entry and exit barriers, have a more flexible exchange rate, and finally allow the private sector, to thrive by not increase the intervention by the state-owned enterprises. And in a sense, I believe this is the right way. And right now, I believe the Egyptian government start to take some serious steps to de-invest in some major sectors, but of course, it came at a high price due to the crisis that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. So throughout the day, we received quite a good amount of questions on China. So let's talk about China. One question referred to the West and pretty much most of the world bailing out China by investing and allowing for trade exemptions, and basically not letting China suffer from its own autocratic regime. Maybe we can go first to Professor Rubio Marquez. How do you think, do you think that this vision of this relationship we have with China is correct? But also, how much do you think that this has been hurting some other countries' development agenda, freedom agenda?
I think it's much more complex than that. And the relationship between the China and the world, but in particular China and the US and allies, is not a linear one, no? So in the one hand, you have all these tensions building, and the geopolitical tensions and geoeconomic tensions, and the relationship between China and Taiwan, and the sanctions imposed on Russia, and the reaction of China to those sanctions, and the fact that China is in the context of two, not unexpected, but perhaps stronger than expected trends, no, out of the lack of growth, the lack of strong growth last year, no, and in the other hand, the reduction of population, no, for the first time in decades. So all of these elements have to be considered when one thinks about the relationship with China, that, as I say, is a more complex one, and you cannot de-invest in China, and you cannot stop using inputs from China for all the value chains that you depend on very largely. So I think that at least at this point in time, what we saw as an exacerbated tension between China and the United States is looking into more focused actions in relation to specific companies and specific sectors, as we have recently seen the exacerbation of sanctions to one specific or limitations to trade and to export to one specific company in China. But at the same time, the first visit in many years of the Secretary of State of the United States to China to perhaps looking for some kind of negotiation or detente in some sectors in the future, no? So I guess that we should understand this complexity, and we should understand the way geopolitics and geoeconomics are playing out, and the way I think the decision-making in China might change or might be reconsidered for the coming years and in the very immediate context, out of these two determinants that are hugely enormous constraints to the decisions that are being taken in China at the current moment. One, the lack of economic growth as it was expected last year, so not the 5%, but rather closer to 3%. And then, in the other hand, the reduction of population. And then, of course, the reopening. We're yet to see the effects of the reopening of the Chinese economy and how this will play out. And more broadly, it's even more complex. No, I come from Latin America, and of course, the relationship, particularly that of the last 10 years, in relation to investments of China in Latin America, have increased significantly, and that creates more complexity and less margins of action in relation to what your question was since the beginning. So I would advocate for a series of more complex analysis to that, and looking into what the constraints in relation to the juncture will be playing out as of a new position, perhaps from the China side, but also even from the US side.
Thank you very much. Professor Powell, I turn back to you. You talked quite a bit about the importance of economic freedom, but how also they interact with political freedom and the rule of law. What are your views on China's current growth trajectory? Do you think because it's lacking some of the others, its economic freedom model is doomed to fail, or do you think it's going to continue growing? Can you tell us what you think?
Well, we have to distinguish between levels and changes in freedom when thinking about China. So at an absolute level, they're not particularly economically free, but in terms of changes, now this doesn't get picked up in the Atlantic Council's index very much, which starts in 2006, but using other measures that go back to 1980, China's made a massive increase in economic freedom from its starting point at the end of the Maoist period with the beginning of reforms with Deng Xiaoping. And a lot of the literature that looks at effects on prosperity of economic freedom finds that changes or improvements in economic freedom deliver more bang for your buck than simple levels of freedom. So some of China's big growth that we've seen is reflecting, even though they're at an absolute low level of economic freedom, that it was improving a great deal. Now, in more recent years, basically about the last decade, there's been very little continued increase in economic freedom in China. So that is in part responsible for the slowing growth. For the very short run of just these recent years, their COVID fascism has done much to hurt their economy. But also, in terms of longer effects, and a lot of people miss this on commentating on China's growth rates, a lot of what was fueled over the last 2 decades was internal migration. People leaving low freedom, low productivity, interior provinces and rural areas and moving to relatively more free, more productive coastal cities. And the productivity gains of place between internal regions of China and freer cities on the coast are not fundamentally different than some between Latin America and the United States and the big gains that you see to an immigrant moving there. And as long as that flow is happening, that's going to impact your GDP growth. When that flow trickles off, it doesn't make you poorer. You're at a higher level of income. It just, you're not going to continue to compound it without that migration. And a lot of the forecast I've seen on this is that over basically the middle of this decade, most of that movement is going to peter out and lead to a lower growth in China then, which then coupled with the smaller population increase overall is going to limit their growth. But I would say that in terms of their our interactions with them, we need to recognize a difference between, and it's of course it's a continuum, and China's a little bit of a messy one, but a difference between the Chinese government and Chinese people and companies. And I don't think it's a good long run outcome for the United States to restrict trade with Chinese people and Chinese companies. Instead, we want to engage them in the market and hope that some of that economic freedom puts pressure on their political system to change, at least on the margin. And for that matter, to promote peace between our countries. Economists have long recognized that when goods cross borders, it's less likely that troops will. And I would certainly much rather be trading with China than fighting with China. We also need to recognize too, when the US government or any other government undertakes trade policies that are going to restrict trade to punish a country or the people of that country, 50% of the equation is restricting the economic freedom of our own citizens. Trade restrictions on China are a trade restriction on those people in the United States who would otherwise benefit from trading with Chinese people and companies. And that those losses in our freedoms should be very heavily weighed before deciding to abridge them.
Thank you. That was a great answer. Thank you. Professor Shaw, India is about to become the most populous country in the world, outpassing China because of the one-child policy in China. How much does India look at China to, think about where it's going, where it should be going or should not be going? And what do you think are the key challenges for India now that it's becoming, it will be officially the largest country in the world?
Oh, the key challenges for India, I don't think are any different now that we are 1.3 or 3.5 billion people compared to when we were 1 billion people, right? So it's a small increment in that sense than what we have been. So I think challenges remain largely the same. I think in the context of India and China, the question that you are sort of posing to the rest of the panel, I very much agree with what Ben has said, right? We need to make a very fundamental distinction between people and the government. The whole idea of freedom is about freedom of individuals and people, right? And that's really is the focus of our conversation, focus of the work that Atlantic Council has been doing. I think in that context, we should not be distinguishing between people of a particular country versus people of other countries. And therefore, I think China has raised more than 700 million people out of poverty. I mean, that's great for humanity as a whole. And we should be proud of the fact to the extent that India and the rest of the world has played a role in making that possible, right? Yes, I think it's important that we distinguish between the people of China and the government of China. And maybe there are ways in which we can think more systematically, more tactically in limiting the power of the government that it can exercise not only on Chinese, people of China, but also outside China. And that may require a different way of international architecture that we can create to deal with it. But I think we should always be proud of the fact that we have been helping China and countries like India also to help raise people out of poverty across all of these countries. So I'm very proud of the fact that the economic freedom is expanding in the world, and I think we should take credit for to the extent that we are able to help that process. I think in terms of India's challenges, I think the question that you had asked earlier also about investment in infrastructure versus investment in human capital, right? And I think issue is not so much about what's more important between the two. Of course, both are equally important in my mind. I think issue is, as was pointed out by a colleague on the panel, is who is investing and how are we making the investment sustainable and more productive and effective, right?
I think in case of education, India is rather in a unique situation where half of the students in India go to private schools. We just had a budget being proposed by the government of India, and the education expenditure of the government of India is about 3.8 to 4% of GDP. And every year when the budget is presented, people demand that GDP, the percentage should rise to about 6% of GDP on education, right? And that's a standard number, I'm sure, across the world that people throw around, right? But what it does not include is a fact that there are people of India also spending on education. When half of the students are going to private schools, you can imagine that half of the spending almost is done by people in the private sector, right? If you combine the both, the government spending and the private spending is far more than 6% of GDP. So I think often people overlook the fact that different countries have different kind of structures of providing education or healthcare or other social services. And therefore looking at just what government does does not give you a clear picture of what's going on. And of course, more importantly, does not tell you what to do to be able to improve the situation further.
Thank you. One of the key findings of today is context matters. Things are not the same everywhere, and indexes are used to find those general trends. And when I was looking at your presentation, Professor Maciel, I noticed that your results were quite different depending on the region you were looking at. Can you tell us more what that means and whether there's a reason behind that, and yeah, if there's any lessons we should get from that?
Okay. First of all, I have to say that we have a limitation data. So part of the explanation of the difference between regions, that the region has different number of countries and different number of, so there is this statistical issue that is important to point out. But beside this, we have different regions with different political and economic conditions. So for example, we have the case of China that we are talking about. So low political freedom, on below average economic freedom, increased a lot in the past decades, but not nowadays. We have, for example, America with North America, the United States and Canada. We have Europe and Central Asia with Russia, for example. There's this low level of economic freedom and political freedom. Part of the countries of the Europe that we have more freedom than others, and political and economic freedom. So when we look at, through the regions, we see the difference between them. For example, Sub-Saharan Africa is predominantly low level of economic freedom. So we are comparing countries at low level, and also problems of political and legal freedom. So in the end of the day, we have institutional difference between the countries, and this institutional difference explain why the response of prosperity related to freedom is different between the regions. Besides the fact that there is a different number of observations in different number of countries inside each of the regions in terms of statistical comparison.
Thank you. For our last question for today, a question came for Professor Rubio Marquez. You mentioned the struggle with freedom of expression in Mexico, and a question came about the treatment of journalists in Mexico. What are your thoughts on that, and do you have any, what could be put in place to protect journalists?
Legally, there is a system to protect journalists according to Mexican law. But again, when one has a weak rule of law, when one has weak institutions, when one has weak checks and balances, and when there is a deteriorating relationship between power and the civil society, I guess we, in this case, journalists and the rest of the society in Mexico, and those that do not think the same way that the government does, are put in an advantageous place. So still, of course, there's instances in Mexico, the judiciary may, most importantly, but also the legislative branch, and in the other hand, international organizations. There have been many requests for the Inter-American system to protect the journalists in Mexico, and also for larger human rights associations and institutions, international institutions. So I think there's that infrastructure, but I think the most powerful element is to speak up, to be aware that this is happening in Mexico, to create consciousness, and to be able, through these kind of fora and other fora, to pinpoint that this is a feature of the current Mexican regime, and that it is something that shouldn't be happening. And that is something that the international community should be watching closely, no? So, for instance, this is the legal domestic and international framework, but there's even other elements, like, for instance, the negotiation of the current free trade agreement between Mexico and the European Union, in which there's a democratic clause in which all of these elements play a specific role, no? So I think there's also a series of other institutional arrangements and treaties that also need to acknowledge that this is happening in the country, and the more and more we voice this out and consciousness is created, and the legal instances and different international institutions act upon this, I think is the most we can do at this moment in time, no?
Thank you so much. This was the last question for today, so thanks to everybody that submitted those questions online and in this room. And of course, thank you to our great presenters. It's been quite a day. Let me remind you that all this presentation will be part of a book that our center would publish later this year. And so thank you to all of you for also contributing to this book. And to close this day, I give the floor back to Dan Negria, our Senior Director.
Thank you very much, Joseph, and thank you, Yomna, for your introductions, and also another colleague from our center who contributed a lot, James Toren, who helped organize a lot of our work today. I want to join Joseph in thanking our excellent presenters, and Professor Parth Shah in India gets a particular extra bonus thanks because he was up all night to be with us today, and I don't know, you'll get a handshake next time we meet in person. As Joseph said, all the presenters are also contributors with essays to the book that we'll publish in November. And so they're the best advertisement to our book, and they will get a share of the royalties, which won't be much because the book is free. But the book is called The Prosperity Equation: How does economic freedom, political freedom, and legal freedom contribute to prosperity? And we are looking forward to making it available and promote it around the world. We are also very grateful to the people who submitted questions and helped us have thought-provoking panels. And I want to thank very much the participants, both here in Washington and virtual. Many of the people who are participating, people who came here in the morning, they're still today, are people with whom we have plans to continue our collaboration in the future to implement the ideas that we discussed here. So thank you again, presenters, participants here and virtually. Looking forward to connecting soon and pursuing our discussions. Have a great afternoon or evening. Bye-bye.